I swear, one of these days I'm going to simply change what I fall asleep to be the and this is piano music because I could very swell easily. Very swell easily? What the hell was that S in my mouth supposed to be? I think I was trying to say very well see and very swell, very well. I'm gonna stop trying to act like I know what I was trying to say because I don't have this ideas. Hello, Fert. Welcome to... Loon tries to not fall asleep while listening to beautiful piano. My god, do I keep forgetting. I feel like I keep forgetting to do games for a while because I have this. We have meal that I haven't done in over 2 weeks, and I think I'm getting close to it. There was a bird's shadow that just flew by the window. That was lovely. Also, forgive me. I know no one but me tends to be able to hear this, but it is currently hot, and we are currently at the time of the day where the sun is coming down, and it is beating upon the side of the building that I do my recording in, and my room is getting very heat absorbed. So AC is running. And oh my god, is it still not enough to keep... It's a little above comfortable right now, but the AC will be running at least so much time. Or at least so until... words are hard. At least until sun go bye-bye. Also, before continuing, hold on. I just want to say this. Did not realize, I went into here and just clicked on this for the sake of it. There's a few more endings to this than I thought there were. Don't know how many I thought there would be. Didn't expect 13, and whatever else these are. So I don't know if this is going to be a final or potentially one more after this to get all of... Why did my chair just sound very weird? What was I about to say? Because I know at least from the demos, there's a tendency for once you do one clear, it unlocks stuff to get a more true ending. On others, at least as far as the demo, actually, no, it pains me as well. To be fair, it pains me was quite the short one. So, on the shorter games and or the demos, they have tended to have a complete it once and then New Game Plus allows the, what I presume to be true ending. But, oh god, hold on, what was I supposed, hold on, where was I? Nope, not the codex, hold on. History, where were we? Tristan, hold on. One is a knight in full plate, the other is a squire around your age, dressed in blue gamson and hard leather gorget that serve as both armor and uniform. Don't normally acquaint yourself with the page boys and squires that serve your house. Opens what they have with the lady of the castle, but like it or not, this face and flash of copper hair are well known to you. Hold on. Oh! I realize now, this was... You're not sure whether to interrupt, keep waiting. Approach them first, how dare ignore. Oh god, wait to greet you as decorum demands. Still new to being the girl. Why does it keep skipping out? That's a concerning thing, and I think my computer might be about to have a freak out if it keeps popping in like... Actually, hold on, just in case, I'm gonna... Hold on. For some reason with the, I don't know if the game audio popping, don't mind me. Oh my god, I hadn't set up the chibis in this one. Hold on. Had I? Hold on, we gotta grab the... Hold on, we gotta set the proper I am not here... The proper I am not here setting. Hold on. Do. There we go. There we go. Where's Last Winter Night on my desktop? Alright. The Chibas have arrived. Yes, they are in this scene, because I have a whole scene for visual novels, which, funny enough, is not You want something funny? Ironically enough, none of the Project Moon stuff is in the visual novel scene that I have. They are in, because I made that before I really knew anything, well, before I really knew much about it, and I just got to Lobotomy Corporation, and from what little I knew about it, I was like, big scary SCP type stuff going on. So I put it in the horror tab, and all of the Project Moon stuff has been in the horror scene ever since I've done that, which is a funny little insight. Anyway. Approach with polite. Let's just not be super testy. Oh, hello, you two. No, I still don't understand why Sir Tristan murdered the prince right there. Right, Prince Slayer. He's never been the type to just execute someone like that. Hold on, that is a hell of a first thing to read. Upon getting back. I knew it was a thing, but also getting... Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Consuming water so I can read this. Hello, you two. Sir Tristan, Lady Sigland. Ron. Ron. My lady, sir. Greetings. Good day. Yes, Sir Robin. What were you speaking of before this? Tristan, we were just, well, where's your new armor? You changed the topic. We were talking about your prince-killing habits. That is a habit I mean, not your prince. You don't kill princes. You've only killed one. I mean, we weren't talking about that. Not that you don't look good in your usual suit. I'm saving it to make an impression, I suppose. What about you? Are you stealing my squire away before the tourney, Rob? No, never. We were just talking about nothing in particular. Definitely not about you killing that prince. We would never talk about such a thing as that. Nothing. I take it that means your preparations for the tournament are complete. Well, if my brother's horse and arms aren't ready in time for the joust, perhaps a position in the stables would better suit you, better than Sir Tristan Greywall's squire. No, my lady. I'll see to it at once. Oh wait, I did read the wrong name there. No, I'll see to it once. I'll make my way to the great horse as well. Take care, Tristan, my lady. I don't know why I was really hoping the sprite would like do the little like as opposed to the fade out. It would not have fit. The fade out was better, but it would have been funny. Without another word, both knight and squire exit the hall. Lynn, that wasn't necessary. It looks hard for both me and the retracted wife. The redacted wife, not the retracted wife. The wife's a telescope and she's retracted. I think it's high time she found her own squire instead of relying on yours. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? You're kind of in charge, so you kind of get to determine what's right and wrong, don't you? Is that how that's right? That's how that works? Marcianus needs to keep things in order, yes? Mm-hmm. Sir Robin and Roan aren't even noble-born. Anyone who walks the path of a knight is worthy of being called one. I was gonna say, ain't there some stuff about him? Truthfully, you've always been jealous of your brother's squires, but you'd never admit it. Yeah, you're in charge now. Take them for yourself. You know? Weird noises. They got to follow him around, learn from him, train with him, and spend time with him like you were never able to. Oh, never mind. It's unfair acting. It's unfair seeing him act like an older brother to anyone else. I'm sorry. I've just been so anxious about the tournament. Well, considering how I think this goes, I mean... I want everything to be perfect. If you fail to keep your emotions in check, others will only take advantage of it. You know what? Good lessons to learn very early on in your leadershipness. Leadershipness? I love word talking. Well... I don't know why that's easy for you to say. I don't see a world in which that makes sense to say, I'm sorry, microphone, I smacked your butt. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best, but I'm not like you. I know that keeping your composure in front of your knights and the court is unfamiliar to you, Lynn. Wasn't easy for me at first either. I find that hard to believe. Just promise me you'll find somewhere to calm down before you start shouting at the guests today. If you're feeling like you need it, just find the quiet room. I suppose I can do that much. We have the quiet room for a reason. For a reason, Lynn. You sigh, doing your best to keep your mood from souring. Oh, but what if we like the sour taste? There will be plenty more to test your patience today, after all. Oh, trust me. Oh. The tapestry's 1,000 threads depict knights fighting off a monstrous revenant. You gaze up at it proudly. You'd commission it to commemorate the Siege of Skyridge, the turning point of the war that earned your brother not only the epithet of Iron Slayer, but Prince Slayer as well. On that fateful day, it was not only the body of an iron beast that lay cold in the snow. The Prince of Ostara, your greatest enemy, did as well, slain by your brother's hand. I've heard stories, but they can't possibly compare to hearing it from the hero's mouth. Your brother only shifts slightly so that his back faces the wall. There's nothing to tell that you haven't heard already. What? Won't you at least tell me how you slew it? How do you kill something that's undead after all? There's always ways. We'd be here all day if I did, Lynn. And you have a tournament to run, don't you? What? That may be true, but you always find a different excuse whenever I ask about it. Well, click again. The Knights of Leaf triumphing over a monstrous revenant. While you gaze at the fine threads, you notice your brother turn the opposite way, as if keeping an eye over the hall. And silence. Hold on. Huh? Once there ruled a brave knight named Tristram, who protected his people without fear. Over time, he turned his humble nation into a prosperous land. But peace would not satisfy him, for he had a warrior's heart, and endlessly sought strength. Against the protests of his most trusted knight, he marched upon his neighbors to claim their lands for himself. Yet, as if to punish him for his avarice, in the heart of battle an arrow, meant for his heart, fell instead upon his loyal friend. In vengeance, Tristram showed no mercy to his enemies, living or dead. He spared not a soldier's life, whether noble or commoner. He lit no candle for their spirit, nor pyres to cleanse them of their ties to this earthly realm, and left them to rot in the field where they fell. Wonder where the revenants came from. He laid his dear friend's armor at the center, a symbol of loyalty for all to see. Then, having vanquished his last enemy, the king laid down his sword. Years passed, until one day rumors began to spread. Rumors of monsters with teeth and skin of iron. Monsters who carved the flesh, or craved the flesh of the living with ceaseless appetites. Revenants? You said... Oh, sorry. I forgot who that was. Revenants, you said this wouldn't be a scary story. Aw. What's this? Are you afraid of a simple tale? Hmm. No, I'm not. Have we already seen this? A scene of this was earlier on. Sweetheart, please. The story is supposed to help her sleep, not to give her nightmares. Alright, whatever your name is. I'll finish it another time, then. Oh, I want us to keep well, okay, you know what? Get yourself those nightmares. Get yourself those nightmares. It's time for bed, little lady. One more page, please. Alright, Lind. Just one more page. Oh, that's the side to leave. Thought it was over here. You gaze up at the hero painted in glass, a figure familiar from tales you've heard throughout your childhood. Tristram. Your brother's name is common enough, born by kings and knights throughout the centuries, though Tristan is a less popular spelling of it. Still, it suits him perfectly. Candles. Dozens upon dozens of candles fill the room, most carved with names, some embellished with elegant patterns. Your brother was the one who first taught you how to carve wax, watching with a careful eye as you scrolled your mother's name onto a candle almost too big for your hand. He'd watched, mesmerized, as his own hands, calloused from years of wielding sword and spear, carved gentle lines, turning plain cylinders into intricate shapes. You thought it was a pity they had to melt away. You knew it pleased the spirits, but it made you a little bit sad. When you told your brother this, he laughed. A few days later, he brought you a carved wooden bird. Its feathers so detailed you almost thought it would take flight in your hands. Oh. Take a break from remembering the dead. Have a bird instead. From then on, whenever you upset, he'd carve you a new figure. Even when you became far too old to play with them like toys, you'd treasure them, carefully secreting them away in your room, a family of wooden creatures to comfort you when he wasn't there. The last time he gave you another precious wooden bird was when he left for Castle Heimdall before the war began. Before the first drop of blood fell on the ice. Double click on them all. You haven't lost your touch, you say, sweeping your eyes over the candles that cover the room. Have I? I feel rustier than ever. Stop being so modest for once. Nah, modesty just runs, I guess. 3 long candles. 3 black irons sit upon the air. I think my computer's about to crash or something. That feels funky. Or I have a driver timeout thing that it loves to do. Ugh. That is a very concerning flickering of audio that keeps happening. Familiar names grace the wax carved in your brother's steady hand. Vivian, Oscar, Margaret, you remember? My mother, its parents. Why do you still honor Lord and Lady Linder? Linder? The word's hard. Because I'm grateful to them every day that their precious daughter could be part of my life. Just like I'm grateful to Lady Vivian for giving me my baby sister. Brother. Everything must be saved before doing a decision. I mean, she does not seem to be the most grateful from how I've seen her. She does not. Yeah, she does not seem to be oh so grateful. I'm trying to remember what I remembered from Trail of Stars and how much that actually plays into this as a storyline. I know they're connected. Are you trying to win her back? That's not it, Lynn. You should never speak to the spirits with ulterior motives. They can sense it. You just seemed so happy before. What happened between you two? A lot of things over the years, I'm guessing. Many things happened during the war. I was gonna say during the war, but I didn't want to presume, and the years are the simpler answer. He says after a long silence. Things that convinced her I would always choose duty over her. But you're a knight, and she is too. I was gonna say, shouldn't she I don't know. You're both knights, you both should have the same or similar responsibilities. If anything, you two should be the most understanding of that to each other. That wasn't fair of her. Few things are, Lynn. You wait for your brother to continue, but he does not. In the quiet of the chapel, you contemplate the words he just spoke. The air heavy, as if the spirits truly envelop you. Why didn't you write Father's name? He has all of Castle Greywall, his knights, and you to pray for his spirit already. I just think it's a little sad. If you knew how him and your father were, I can understand why he didn't do the candle for the father, given how their relationship was. To pray for someone else's parents instead of your own, well, you aren't wrong. Well, is there... Oh, the box. You want your brother open the box and carefully retrieve a flint iron and char cloth. To your surprise, he ignores the candelabra and lights a small candle on a plain pricket instead. It's none of his steady engravings, and bears a single name carved in crude, forceful strokes. Tristan, you read in alarm. Is somebody praying for you? No, not me. A different Tristan. You did just say it was a common enough name. One I met during the war. Of course. The war you never speak about. You don't know why your brother is so reluctant to mention it. War is hell. War is simply a fact of life. Jim... I mean, on one hand, yes, but also doesn't mean it's not a terrible thing. The greatest glory comes from defending one's territory or conquering new ones. The highest honor comes from risking one's safety to serve one's king. Of course, you were worried about him whenever he rode off into battle. When the Great Ice War began, then dragged into its second year. You missed him terribly, counting the days until any news of him reached Castle Greywall. But Sir Tristan was a strong, skilled, clever, fearless, and above all, a seasoned knight by the time his first battle on the frozen river began. You never doubted for a moment he would come back unharmed. And so he had, but something had changed, well, physically unharmed. He had always been resolved, but now it seemed like he was far away, gazing at the world through a thick wall of glass. It was as if he'd left a piece of himself behind, buried in the snow and ash, where two kingdoms clashed. You take your cradle, carved with your father's name, and place it next to his. He takes his lit one and brings a small flame to your wick, setting it alight. Two tiny pinpricks flicker as wisps of smoke unfurl in the air. Soon the scent of melting wax and incense floods your nose. It's a familiar scent, the scent of prayer. A scent that always reminds you of him, clinging to his clothes like a rich perfume. You close your eyes. You will address me as Commander. Commander Winter. Urgent news from the scouts. More of this. More sending good men to die. Well, good men and callous men and worthless men. With a spear in hand and the enemy ahead, there's little difference to be found in their hearts. You're used to it by now, of course. The price of power is blood. Yes, even your own thought. Yes, even your own, though rarely is it yours that's being spilt. The same men who force you to fight think it's a shame you should have scars. No, you pay a different price. The burden of proving all these sacrifices means something. The ones who die are lucky. They're just too insignificant to know it. Water. Your brother's head still bent when you open your eyes. He kneels on your left, his profile obscured by his roughly cut fringe. You can see the outline of his scar beneath it, a long line across his face ending at his jaw. You can only imagine how painful the wound must have been for him to decide to cover his face for the remainder of his life. Ow! Inflicted by the commander, correct? So, yeah, no, it's a very painful thing to bear as memory. You both share your father's pale silver-white hair and blue eyes, but your brother resembles him much more closely. This father's genetics that he chooses to pass down is that everyone is born with grandparent hair. Just kidding, the long white hair is beautiful. For a moment you imagine you're seeing a younger version of your father. The thought barely flickers through your mind before tears start to form in your eyes again. You take a deep breath and wipe them away. When you look up, your brother has lifted his head, glancing at you in quiet concern. Don't worry, just mourning the father who's still recently deceased and who I've taken up all responsibilities for. You smile to reassure him, and he smiles back, though it doesn't quite reach his eye. The two of you extinguish your candles together and silently rise from the chapel floor. Ignore my scroll wheel for nagging by accident, and double-click on that one. I think it's time we headed to the Great Hall. Yes. You reply nervously, bubbling beneath your chest. Hold on, we could go further. What have I not clicked on here? Or is that just the other door that it's telling me I haven't clicked on? Because I clicked on you twice. I'll lose track of time if I head into the library now. I should ask Tristan if he knows what the key to Father's desk was. I'm curious to look through his old journals. Do you know what the key to Father's desk is? No, I'm afraid I don't. Well, time to move on, I guess. I think I've already clicked on a bunch of this stuff. Adir has been my best friend for ages. He is mischievous, but just as cute and lovable. Aww. Oh! Hello, everyone here. As you approach the suit of armor, its visor unhinges with a noise that sounds suspiciously like a caw. The next moment, your raven friend squawks as he pokes his head out of the empty helmet and flies off, just out of your brother's reach. Lynn, that armor is an antique, not something for your devil bird to play with. Ah, yes, the pale devil bird, who goes around rubbing itself in soot, and then also being inside of armor. This is a very, very playful bird. Love the bird. Don't call Edgar that. You can't help it. Ravens are naturally curious. Curiosity killed the cat, and I think this might be a cat with wings. I wonder what our ancestors are thinking, choosing something like him as a symbol. Well, ravens are clever, resourceful, and wise. That explains it. He's none of those things because he's a crow. Brother, how dare you offend the raven crow? Your brother carefully wipes soot from the helmet. There you go, Rusty. Shiny as ever. Who's the one playing with antiques now, Tristan? Don't you remember? You used to look adorable pretending Rusty here was a real knight. That was ages ago. Yet for a moment, something seemed to glint within the helmet, twinkling like an eye. I'm so nervous I'm seeing things. Banner. How long have you been here? How many weeks have you marched now? How long have the banners hung outside your tents as perched for the ravens? You were once fiercely proud of your house symbol. Now you see the birds as an omen. Beady-eyed corpse-eaters that circle the field, knowing that no matter whose army wins or dies, they will feast well. Twilight leaves the sky clouded and bruised purple. Yesterday's sky was the same. The slow tide of war makes the days bleed one into the next. Sunrise into sunset into sunrise again. Battle is the only brief and bloody interlude between the long days and nights that comprise a campaign. And after battle, death. Is this the glory you dreamt of? Is this what they saw? "'Twould seem the war took its toll." Lynn, are you alright? You look like your spirit drifted away momentarily. I was just admiring the banners. The ravens aren't going to fly off them, you know. Come now, I wasn't staring that hard. Could talk to you there, hold on. Ah, battle with thumbnail making. Oh yes, good, good. Now this is a chill stream of enjoying the story and the artwork. And I can only hope my reading of this is at least somewhat enjoyable, calming to a degree. Hold on, what was the other way again? Nope. Lady Sigmund, you look splendid today. Was that the way forward? A voice calls you as you tread down the hall. Who are you? You recognize the speaker. You recognize the speaker immediately. My who are you is contrary to what you've just said. So Dythod, your father's knight and brother's teacher, has always been a familiar sight in Castle Greywall. Oh, hey. Greetings, Sir Dythod. Commander. Greywall. The older knight's easy smile vanishes as he regards your brother. It's a tournament day. The greatest tournament in the north today, and you're dressed like this. The same way you are, but a little bit more worn. I'm dressed as what I am, sir, a knight. A knight who represents the House of Winter and her ladyship's honor, boy. No, I suppose it's a good thing you recognize you're a knight and nothing more. For a moment, you don't know what to say. Interrupt them or wait? Almost out of Slade slots? Save slots, and that is a concern. Just wait for a moment. I want to see how this goes. I want to see how they interact. I want to ask what you're doing here, Commander. I recall my sister asked you to await our guests. You have no right. Is everything all right, said Dythod? Yeah, no, that wouldn't. Now we're getting into there. Yep, don't you dare. The... Does that say ickiness? Is that how you say it? The ickiness of their exchange catches you off guard. You've heard before that Sir Dithar could be exacting to those under his command, but he's never had anything but kind words for you. Being your father's loyal friend, you saw him as somewhat of an uncle. You thought that he and Tristan had a similar rapport. Your brother was his squire for many years, after all. But I suppose a commander can't show favoritism, and it's necessary to be strict to those whose purpose it is to serve. Even if that includes your brilliant older brother. Baronet pauses before composing himself, his voice regaining a touch of warmth. Yes, I'll soon be ready to receive you, my lady. Which reminds me, I might have a word with you before the banquet. Alone, he adds, giving your brother a sidelong glance. Just say how much you want to how much you hate him and how glad you are you gave him that scar. At this point, just admit the hatred. You turn towards him as he nods expressionlessly, stepping away to offer you some privacy. Whee! Go bye-bye. He go bye-bye fade. As soon as he is out of earshot, the senior knight speaks to you in a low voice. My lady, if I may pose a question, who put you in the seat of power? Well... I would assume it would be the father left it to her. Keen lift represent his authority. My father, I guess. My father, of course. I'm his true-born child and heir. Good. But a better question, perhaps, is what keeps you there? The loyalty of my vassals. And the grace of the king. And what keeps your vassals loyal and puts you in the king's good graces? Please speak plainly, Commander. It's your father's legacy, my lady. His allies and vassals now look to you to continue it. His devotion to the crown allowed you to ascend to the place he stood without question, but his legacy doesn't fall onto your shoulders alone. Of course, I'm not father's only child. Yes, though your brother is a bastard, Lord Sigmund never acknowledged, nobody can deny whose blood runs through his veins. Okay. Gotta love the familial importance of everything here, yep. No, the fact that he's older than you, more accomplished than you, and has allies of his own who are not beholden to you. You, my lady, have not spent years protecting the land and the commoners from Ostarian invaders. To them, you're a princess locked in a white tower. I'm well aware of my shortcomings, Sir Dithard. You're studious and bright, my lady. But I fear you're not aware of the danger you're in. Relying on Sir Tristan, showering him with gifts and honors above his station, could prove disastrous. Disastrous? My brother would never go against me. Well, I have some insight from a different time post-mortem. Potentially, you could be mistaken on that. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. But from seeing, it seems like you might be mistaken on that presumption. He loves me and loved my father. I don't presume he loved the father. Do not presume you know the haunts of others, my lady. Power can always tempt, and desire even more. I only ask that you remember this, and reward those who have shown you and your father the most steadfast loyalty, Lady Sieglind. Sieglind! Remember those who have stood by you and this house, not those who have run off chasing their own wishes. Thank you for your counsel, Sir Dithard. Of course, my lady. Take care. You've done splendidly so far. I know your father would be proud of you. Thank you. I hope he is. You bid farewell to the knight, then quietly retreat down the sunlit corridor. You find your brother leaning by the windows waiting for you. So, what did our commander lecture you about? about my current position. Yes, we are very... Oh. Oh! Oh, don't mind my stretches. Oh, that felt good. Hold on. My desire to not be stiff during these streams. Oh, I'm still lacking compared to you. You decide not to mention the exact details of the conversation to him. I trust him enough. There's no knight as loyal as your brother. Yep, because, I trust him to, not do any treasonous acts in the near future. There's no knight. Why can I not read the word knight? Knight. Knight. There is no knight as loyal as your brother. You don't want to make him doubt for a moment that you love and trust him. So Dythard may have been Father's advisor, but he is only that, an advisor. You don't have to do what he tells you to. You can't help but smile at his concern. There's no need to look so serious, but why so serious? Not a little girl anymore. A simple lecture isn't going to make me run crying to the training yards. Oh, I heard you were under the training yards just yesterday looking for me. Only because I wanted to practice with you. Like old times. After the tournament, then. Let's see how much of your training you remember. I can hardly believe you used to be this small, begging for stories before bedtime. And now you're the Marcianas. When did you get so big? When did you get so old? The war. That's not... No, you're right. 33 is old. Practically a relic. Also, okay. So that's also a 15-year age gap between the two. Jesus. Old. Do you think I can retire soon? I'm afraid not, so Tristan. Nah, you don't get to retire. You are servitude forever. And Marciana still needs you. Fine, if my lady commands it. Your laughter echoes softly down the sunlit hall. Small part of you wishes you could remain in this moment forever. This calm before the storm that awaits you. But you remind yourself that, even after all that's happened, not much has changed. The tranquil times, the smiles, will always be there too. Right? Are you ready to begin, Lynn? Nope, not yet. Not yet. Oh, wait, the yes is grayed out. Okay, hold on. Back out. Now we go to the right, and then we talk. Why are you so blurry? Tristan, my lady. Hello, Bert. Greetings, Sir Norbert. You reply instantly recognizing the man's cheerful, booming voice. Good day. Bumped into me earlier. I keep making just assorted, distorted noises for the sake of whatever her name is. Is everything alright, Tristan? No. Not even remotely. Don't worry, my boy. I'm sure she'll come around. I still remember when you were Dythard I almost read that as squirrels. I remember when you were squirrels! I had Dythard's squires. I would follow each other like lost kittens. Enough about me, Bert. How are your children? How are the kids? My eldest is competing today under Heimdall's banner. If you face him, don't hold back. I remember him from the siege. He must be proud. Indeed. The blood runs thick in your family. Too much so, perhaps. My youngest girl says she wants to become a knight as well. Well... I mean, we got the... Hold on. Now let's encourage. Oh, why not? We can have her trained under the winter nights. Dame can mentor her. Yeah, we already have her doing that one. Lynn, hold on. Training a squad takes many, many years and is no small sum. No, correct. You have to You have to provide her lodgings, clothing, equipment, armor, a horse, and far more for at least a decade. And counting on may not be possible. What is going on with your wife? Is that all? That isn't nearly enough to strain the treasury. And if can't, fine. Said Dythard trained the both of you, so there's no reason it has to be a woman. I mean, if he trained them, he's also getting up there in age. I think that may be the problem with Dythard. In this case. He's the last person I'd trust with a young... I'm very grateful for the offer, my lady, but my daughter is still very young. Time will only tell what path she chooses. Indeed. Of course, Sir Norbert. Just know that you have my support. Well, I'll see the both of you again soon. If our opponents trust in, may the best jouster win. Likewise, Bert. Venvi Mule or Digital Mule? Instinct says digital on that one, Furfur. Oh, choose thy steed. Oh, I want to ride Venvi. Is that even a question? If it is my steed, then, you know, between the two things, it's like nothing against digital, but Venvi. Oh, that was a good back crack. Okay, hold on, we're doing that again. I don't know if that was audible, but oh, it was goodable. The older knight exits the hall, humming as he clanks, leaving you alone with your brother again. His pauldrons relax once the other man is gone, as if letting go of a breath you hadn't realized he'd been holding. No further comment. What else have I not touched? Oh, the door, probably. The door to the knight's storage room lies at the end of the hall. It almost feels strange to see the place stand in relative calm. The weeks leading up to today have seen your servants, stewards. The art in this game is really good. You know what's... what's funny is... I've always enjoyed the style, but I remember at some point, there was an update, when the demo update happened, one of the comments Entis made was something of like, I've redone some of the art so to be a better style, parentheses, and also look like it took more than 5 minutes to make. And I went back to see when I played the original demo, and I was looking at it, and I had the thought of, you know, I still love the style, but I can see where you're coming from on that one. Because some of it did look, I mean, to be fair, I always feel weird doing art critique on anything because, I mean, my skill level is not meh, is like meh. But I looked at it and I'm like, I can see where you're coming from on that. I still love the style, but I do enjoy the improvements that were made. Stewards and knights. The weeks leading up to today have seen your servants, stewards, and knights bustling around in a flurry to fulfill your instructions. Every save, every decision is a save. Be grateful, don't be threatening, be grateful. You can rule by love or you can rule by fear. Gratitude is not a part of your duty. It might in fact be a weakness. But your father's cool regality was something that didn't come naturally to you. You can't help but be thankful to the servants You can't help but be thankful the servants continue to work diligently, even in his absence. There's nothing I need from the night's storage. I just hope they haven't left it in a mess. Am I allowed to say, are you ready to go now? Oh, was it grayed out before? I can't think of anything yep, ready. Your brother pushes open the heavy doors and walks in ahead of you. I have a strange feeling I will want the color filters back on. The hall is filled with the stench of blood. Red paints the walls, covers each frame and banner, and soaks into the carpet beneath your feet in a river of death. Screams wail and pound into your skull. Lynn? Lynn, are you alright? What? Yes. I'm simply a bit nervous. I would think that this is a little bit more than nerves. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. Filter's coming off. I don't like the omen. Those are portraits of my uncles, Papa's brothers. I've heard they were renowned warriors, but they died when he was still a child. I wonder if that's why he never trained as a knight like them or Tristan. You must have some stories about Papa I haven't heard yet. You were the one closest to him. I don't think close is the word I use. Well, your brother closes his eyes and pauses. Your father would take me hunting with him when I was still a squire. I keep wanting to read squire as squirrel. That sounds thrilling. I wasn't a very good shot, but I loved riding through the wilderness on Snowflower's back. The forest felt like another world when I was younger. There you are, being humble again, and he the best archer in the winter nights, if not the entire kingdom. Don't inflate the ego. To the left hangs a portrait of your mother in her youth before she married your father. You discovered it in storage and hung it up only recently. It's strange to see her picture in front of you after all the tales you've heard. It almost feels as if you're looking at an old friend instead of a parent. Your brother seems to guess your trail of thought. You know, has her fair share of stories about Lady Vivian. I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked. Brother. We'll go for consideration, not full yes or no. I'll consider it, you answer non-committally. Tristan has always been like this. Finding excuses for me to speak to and vice versa so we can bond. But it's a lost cause now. Say, what was Mother's favorite flower? You asked, trying to lighten your and your brother's spirits. I'd like to plant some in the garden this year. Flax. The common plant? Not something magnificent like roses or lilies? Fields and fields of flax grow in her home in the south, where they're harvested to make oil and linen. That's another name for them, you know. Linseed. Linseed. I see. Well, it's time to begin. You have nothing to I realized I was covering this sprite last time. You have nothing to worry about, Lynn. Your brother motions for you to walk in front of him as a servant announces your arrival. You'd planned ahead of time to have him announced as... He is brother. Lady Siglind von Winter, protector of Liv, and her brother Sir Tristan Greywall have arrived. A sea of faces surround you as you step into the light of the Great Hall. You stand up straight, trying to make yourself a little taller, trying not to lose yourself in the tide of voices. You try to paint a practice mask over your face, pretending for a moment that you're your own portrait hanging in its gilded frame in the solar. Is she truly of age? She looks like a child. She only turned 18 like a month ago, and she was handed this castle to look after. Look, circumstances abound. What will the Ostarians think? Little girl as protector of the North. What was Lord Sigmund thinking? With the sun right there. Better a damsel than a half-blood. I'm right behind you, then. That's right. Tristan was with you, and you've prepared for this, Lind. Papa is watching too, from beyond the shore. You have to make them proud. My lady. Oh, you. Redacted. Enough. I'm here to do my duty, nothing more. What a lovely wife. Ah. A lovely wife you are. Oh. Your other knight swiftly approaches and takes her place on your left, mirroring your brother who stands on your right. Fine, she can stay if she must. No, it's too close to the previous decision. I don't want to... we are literally running out of save slots at this point. I'm glad she's here despite everything. She can still be of help. No matter how you feel towards her, is your knight. And her family... and her familiar presence calms you just a little. Having the two of them at your side, keeping watch over you, makes it almost feel like old times. Almost. Too giggly. Can't wait to see that. Don't show it to me before you have it. I'm presuming it's the repo thumbnail. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Oh. But your knight can't help you with the matters of the court. But you ignore your feelings, put on the warmest smile you can muster, and begin to greet the guests that approach you. The lovely smile that is. It is a lovely smile, if not a little forced, but... Despite your best efforts, you're simply unprepared for the sheer number of people you've invited. Their names and titles overwhelm you. You stumble over greeting at first, narrowly avoiding insulting a countess thanks to your brother's intervention. His presence thankfully has a calming effect on you, and you manage to retain your composure through the rest of your conversations. Though you're doubtful you've managed to impress anyone through them. Plenty of lords badger your brother with topics surrounding the neighboring territories, and the conflicts with Ostara. Though he tries to make room for your input, you have little of note to add. You sense something almost like disappointment from though she barely speaks a word throughout. Feels like a century passes before the deluge of perfumed lords and ladies slows down to a trickle, finally giving you space to breathe. Now you take in your surroundings, the fruits of your... I thought we were talking... For a moment I thought we were actually looking at, like, fruits on the table. That's where my brain went. My brain's a little bit silly on that one. Hello, bee. How is the bee buzzing? The great hall is a dazzling sight. Morning light streams through the tall arched windows, shining upon every surface. The rare bee has arrived. Oh, the shiny variant. Banners proudly displaying your raven and sycamore crest adorn the walls. Gilded vases of lilies and irises fill the room with spots of color as bright and bold as the aromas that waft from them. Words are hard. The long tables on the side of the hall are laden with food and drink, attended to by dutiful servants in blue and white. The mix of scents and sights washing over you nearly leaves you breathless. And the people! You don't remember the last time you saw so many people at once. The ordinarily grey, empty hall is flooded in sound and color. Lords and ladies dressed in fine fabrics and glittering jewels sparkle like sunlight on the boreal sea, speaking and laughing and whispering everywhere you cast your gaze. Ah, mood this night. Well, quite fine. Quite relaxed, but quite fine, you know? Enjoyable as always. Time to gamble soon. Do you mean time for me to wait for the gamble, just be able to dispensary, because that's how I operate. Finally, at the end of the hall, stand the knights. Most have donned their armor, gleaming steel, draped with rainbow hues that represent their house and orders. Heimdall's black and your own winter blue make up the largest group. Naturally, the border territories train the most knights. Plenty of other houses, however, have sent their best to compete. Young men fresh from their knighting ceremonies talk excited amongst each other under the watchful eyes of their seniors. Well, if they're fresh from the ceremonies, they're nowhere near as experienced as a few who have seen war. You know, and we've got a couple of them, those war seers here. The majority are from Lif, but you spy more than a few who've made the journey up from Thracer. It feels as if today the entire kingdom acknowledges or scrutinizes you. Every decision is safe. Ah, hello, Freeman. Welcome, welcome. Let's go, Dizzy. You overheard two nervous young squires trailing behind their master. Didn't the last knights you served die during a tournament? Not me, my cousin. His master was struck in the helmet, fell off his horse, and trampled to death. Okay, well, so it was an accident. Or was he... Boys, fetch me some wine! Yes, sir. Tournaments are a celebration of many things, chief among them violence. They are a method for keeping knights fit and sword arms honed during peacetime, after all. Whenever your father hosted one, he forbade you from watching, saying you were too young and delicate for such a spectacle. No, the horse... No, the horse horsed on him to horse. No amount of crying changed his mind. But I'm not worried about Tristan. He's stronger than anyone. You scanned the hall again for a flash of gold or purple. Theresia's royal colors, but spy neither the prince with his famous helm of golden antlers, nor any of the golden antlers. Well, that's quite ornate. Even if Prince Raimund himself didn't come, I thought at least the royal knights would. The smiths hinted as such when I commissioned Tristan's armor. But the knight did say his highness is fond of theatrics. Perhaps he aims to arrive fashionably late and make some kind of grand spectacle. I should be sure to act surprised if he does. You're doing well, Lynn. Over there, is that the prince there? Yes, it is. How formidable. Formidably handsome. Okay, well, getting flirted with before the jousting. Yeah, you know what makes sense. A few of the younger ladies hover nearby, glancing at you and your brother behind silk sleeves held to rosy lips. The younger lady, yeah, well, ugh. Doesn't matter if he's basically a fossil at 33. Why did I suddenly... Don't mind the random purring that I've done. Why do I feel I'm doing that more often lately. God, I'm gonna metamorphosize into a cat sooner or later. Some whisper as if daring each other to step forward, but none look willing with Dame nearby. Like magpies shrinking under an eagle's gaze. You bite your lip. You'd expect the appraising gazes that have been directed your... You'd expected the appraising gazes that have been directed your way, but it's an uncomfortable feeling watching the same looks fall on the person you care about most in the world, especially right in front of his wife. Are they still married at this time? Tristan is a private person. Well, that's never been enough to stop rumors from spreading. Even before he became a hero. Thankfully, no lady would be so bold or senseless enough to approach a married man. at least not directly in front of the wife, who is also a knight, who has also fought in the same war he did. Marchiones! What? A thundering voice ruptures your thoughts, and your moment of calm. Oh, and your moment of calm. It comes from a middle-aged man cloaked in dark green brocade and a heavy scent of spices and perfume. Spices and perfume? Ah, you have a question? Question. Oh, question. All this joust thinking fair maiden sounds like a high school rugby rom-com. Freeman, let me just put it this way. If you remember how... You were here for the last one. If you remember how the last one went, I don't think the tournament is going to happen before bad things come. You dimly recognize him as one of your father's friends. The man has hardly changed from when you saw him last as a child, leering at you over a hand of cards. With him stands a slender young woman who shares few similarities with him, save her emerald garb and wheat-colored hair. Lady Signan Tristram. Tristram? You're calling him Tristram as opposed to Tristram. Interesting. It's a pleasure to see Sigmund's beloved daughter and fiercest knight again. Yeah, no, don't acknowledge the bastard childization. Rest his spirit. What are you waiting for, boy? He shuts at Tristram. Wait, what? Huh? Is that a straight marriage? I am... Not gonna lie, I don't think I know enough on the topic to say anything on that one. Because I actually don't know. There kind of comes a point where I get, the whole Amakosha bloodline, the action consequences. I'm gonna say, I don't know how the terminology or where exact delineations lie. I kind of am just like, yeah, people are people. The exact terminologies don't matter. And I don't think beyond that, really. Introduce me to her ladyship. Okay, then, answer your... Every decision to save. How many? Hold on. We have 12 left. You will never find out the answer. I'm pretty sure Google has an answer if you look hard enough. But I'm just kind of here like... love is love. The exact terminology on it don't really matter beyond that. So I never really bothered to learn the exact specifications of it, I'm not gonna lie. Because beyond a certain point, I find them largely irrelevant. You know what? Step up and answer at this point. We're doing this one here. You've opened your mouth before you realize you remember this man, but not his name. Oh god. You hastily give him what you hope is a warm greeting. It's a pleasure to see one of my father's friends today, my lord. Is this lovely lady your wife? The man turns a shade brighter while the woman's eyes flicker with something venomous as she delicately coughs into her sleeve. No, my lady. This is my daughter, Isolde. Ah. Maybe we should have just stayed quiet there. Maybe there are moments where silence is an appropriate answer. Welcome, Lord Mistil. Your brother states quickly. Yes, I hope your journey here was free of... Oh, yeah, sorry, that's her. Yeah, my brain thought it would... Yeah, my brain does not know. Isolde Yu-Gi-Oh! Card mentioned. That's where I remember Isolde from. I was like, where does this name seem familiar? Yes, I hope your journey here was free trouble. It was as smooth as sea's tail. Wait, it was smooth as a seal's tail. Not sea's tail. My daughter and I were only truly eager to visit you. Not even a raging revenant could have stopped us. Don't test that. Though your brother's face shows no change in expression, you swear his left hand twitches as if looking for the familiar shape of his sword. Almost like he has experience with the revenant. Almost like he has experiences with the revenants. Huh. The Count does not notice, turning towards him as if they were best of friends, which, to your knowledge, they are not. Sir Tristram, you remember Isolde? Yes. If we met before, I do not recall. But I humbly offer my greetings, my lady. Thank you, Sir Tristan. The young woman dips in a low curtsy, gracefully battling her long eyelashes. The eyelash war of whatever year. I forget what year we're in, I'm not gonna lie. It was stated somewhere in the previous stream, we can do math. A long jeweled neck and shining green gown remind you of an emerald serpent uncoiling. Please, you need not bow your head to a mere knight. But you are the mighty Iron Slayer. It's actually just entirely her. She is all the contestants. A living legend. How can I offer you anything but utmost gratitude? Behind you makes a sound that she quickly muffles into a cough. Okay. You're too kind. Your brother replies, absently fiddling with his gauntlet. Well, if you wish to repay my kindness, would you grant me an honor of a dance this evening? You are asking this in front of a married man's wife! Maybe think a little before you make certain implications there, madame. This is a married man whose wife is within ear, eye, and probably sword distance sight of, or sword shot of. That's what I was trying to say. I'm no dancer. I fear I would only cause you embarrassment. What about a game of chess, then? Isolde is very learned, the Count quickly cuts in. She's a student of both the arts and warfare, knowledgeable about strategy too. She's even practiced the sword. You as well? You can't help but remark with envy. You are the only female here who has not taken up the sword recently, it would seem. What style of... I've studied quite a few of your battles, Sir Tristan. The way you led the charge across the ice. I'm afraid simple games have never amused me. True warfare is unpredictable, not reducible to pieces on a board. Oh, well, of course, but perhaps we could... Forgive me, but my wife and I are busy with the tournament, and her ladyship still has other guests to see. Another time, then. Please excuse us, Lady Sigland. You really just want it... Again, the wife is right over here, or something along those lines. Once the pair are out of earshot, lets out a gasp that turns into a torrent of laughter that doesn't stop for several seconds. What's so amusing? The look on that woman's face. Brother, surely you noticed what Lord Mister's daughter was doing. I noticed that pair of snakes trying to lure you into something. It's not her they were trying to snare. I don't understand what you mean, but it's good to see you smile again, and it's gone immediately. And at that, the other knight shifts away from him, turning her face towards the hall. You know what? I've been letting people... okay, the last time she spoke, it resulted in a little bit of embarrassment. Screw it, let's butt in a little bit. Brother, I thought you liked chess. You used to carve pieces for me when I lost them. Okay, I didn't expect that to be the direction we were going. Games like that are a wasteful use of time. Unfortunately, there's plenty of time to be wasted during campaigns. He just dislikes losing is all. Oh, you're smiling again! I'm nowhere as competitive as you. You realize that you haven't heard the familiar sound of their banter in a long time. Aw. Can they ever go back to the way they were? Do I even want them to? You have scarcely formed the thought when the sound of clinking armor and sturdy footsteps stride up to you. Greetings, Lady Winter. No. The speaker is a knight with graying hair dressed in plain armor and a black surcoat. A single medallion hangs around his neck. You recognize it easily. The North Star of Heimdall. This man is the Hound of the North. The General Tristan fought alongside during the war. Oh! Welcome, Lord Heimdall. Thank you for making the journey here today. At his side stand two knights adorned with similar black-trimmed armor. Your brother gives each a friendly nod in greeting. However, looks away coldly, barely offering any acknowledgement. It's been too long since I've seen you both, he says, turning to your knights. Sir Tristan, Dame, when do we get to learn her name? And why is her name important? Or is she also dead and we have to carve a candle for her? Dots. I'm only glad we met in a better circumstances, sir. Yes, it is lovely here. It's like this castle has never seen a lick of chaos from the war. And that might change soon. It's the knight on Heimdall's right who interrupts. You're surprised to hear... Oh, a feminine voice coming from the figure's helmet. In fact, the speaker sounds barely older than you are. Oh. The boldness of her remark leaves you at a loss. Dame Tanja? Tanja? The man's tone is even, with barely a hint of reprimand, but it causes the knightess to stiffen. Forgive me, I spoke out of turn. Please be at ease. Lif is, of course, grateful for all the knights of Rimegrave have done to protect our borders. It's thanks to you that we can enjoy a peaceful celebration today. With a foe like Ostara, even defeated and licking its wounds, we can but pray at last, Marchionas. I suppose so. As this conversation drifts towards the tournament and other unremarkable topics, you can't help but feel a tightness coil in your chest. I don't know why, but this feels less a conversation than an examination. One thing's for certain. He's much more cordial than I expected a general to be. Tristan was right, though. It's hard to guess what he's thinking. What do you see in this man's face? I wonder, Marchionus, if you'd be willing to indulge in an old man's curiosity. The Marquise asked after a time. Which do you think a ruler should value more? Justice or mercy? Well, okay. To appoint justice, because showing mercy to those... what is it? How does the saying go? Showing mercy cannot come at the cost to their victims, or something along those lines. Justice over mercy in that one. Justice. A kingdom can only function when its subjects live according to its laws. I see. I wonder what Sigmund would think of your answer. You knew my father? Scarce few in this room didn't, Marchiones. As they say, no, there is a time and a place for mercy, but when it is one or the other, like, technically could have said both are important, but that defeats the point of which one is valued higher, at least how I see it. There is a time and a place to show mercy, but it cannot come at the cost of more victims. To show mercy is to give them a chance at redemption. Not everyone deserves or has that chance, but it has its place. Of course he knows Father Lind. He's a Marquis and a Knight of Lif. You're still mulling over his words, and your own when he asks. Marchiones, may I borrow your brother for a moment? Yeah, you're aware Sir Tristan is a hero to all of Lif, but he's especially beloved by the people of Rhymegrave. My knights have been looking forward to see him again as much as the tournament itself. Sir, I'm on duty. Your brother protests, but there's a flicker of something, pride behind his words. Please, Tristan, you're like a brother to us. The other knight, a young man with somewhat familiar voice, says, You're not the only knight Lind has, remember? Says, speaking for the first time. Yeah, she'd been quiet. I can look after her while you have this little reunion. You're about to object. You're not a dog or a cat who needs looking after, for spirit's sake. But change your mind when you see the wistful look in your brother's eyes. Go ahead, Tristan. Thank you. I won't be long, Lynn. As you watch him follow the other knights, the next noble eagerly walks up to you. Don't have a brother to lean on. Oh god, what the people? During a lull in the conversations, Redacted hesitantly turns to you. I misread that as turns on you for a sec. Lind. Lady Sigmund. What is it? There's something I need to ask of you. Please speak then. After the tournament concludes, I plan to leave the Winter Knights. Oh! Also, always rolls back to multi. What did I? Where? I forget where that was in our conversation, but multif. Leave? But Father made you my knight. He swore to protect me. I'll still protect you as a knight of the realm, just not here. You wish to leave Castle Greywald too? What about Tristan? You've seen their relationship. I need some distance from your brother. I see. I can't be surprised about this. I can't remember the last time they looked happy around each other. But your heart aches all the same. I've known her all my life. A part of me always thought she would stay here forever with Tristan. Tristan. He's going to be devastated. Does my brother mean that little to you? No, that's not... He means everything to me. Oh. I'd rather talk about joy and mercy and showing justice in a scenario. Was that supposed to be the word motive? Because the word is confused to me. I don't understand. Why leave then? Why act like this around him? It's not that simple. He's hurt me, we've hurt each other, and... I don't know if we can ever share a life together like we did before. Where do you plan to go? Lord Heimdall made me an offer, back when the war ended. He said that the border would always have a place for a knight like me. For some reason, the Marquis's letter comes to mind. My heart is always open to you and Sir Tristan. Why have you only decided now? I thought things could still work between us at first. But when they didn't... Well... Lord Sigmund would only find some way of forcing me to stay. But father always favored you. You were like a daughter to him. Well, Your father had a peculiar view of family. Motive or motif. Okay, yeah, motive is like motivation, the reason for doing. But you want to paint it, so hence motif. You know what? You have made an acceptable argument for your word choice. But yeah, it depends. It cannot, yeah, the whole justice versus mercy. You can't have a full blanket on that, unfortunately. It is situation by situation and takes judgment. He made many promises to me and your brother, but never fulfilled them. I hope you understand that I could never bring myself to see him as a father. Not like the one I lost. She breathes heavily. She breathes a heavy sigh, and her gaze falls. I suppose nothing I say could convince you to stay. No, my lady. You stay silent and consider her words. Dope. Wait, why don't I know your name? Hold on, why is that an option here? Oh! Okay, hold on. I'm gonna check a thing real quick, cause... Huh? Oh. Okay. So the grayed out answers have been not clickable up until now. Hold on. I'm gonna, hold on. Before we go down here, I'm gonna commit be right back real quickly, because hold on, that's an interesting, wait, why don't I know your name? We're going down that path. But real quick. Be right back. Yeah, I'll return and make the choice shortly. Hello. You could hear my little flitters. I'm also gonna turn the filter back on because we are gonna probably go down dark path here, so we're just gonna real quick put that back on. And thus, why don't I know your name? That's a very good question. Lynn? What's wrong? You know my name is... No, say it again. Just redacted. What is going on here? Well, I guess the only one we have option for is go. You'll never serve here again. And we're back into color. Every time I think we're going back into the into the darker times, and I turn the filters back on. I guess I could just use the frickin', you know, the built-in functionality. Of, you know, of Vtuber Studio to just color match the screen, but yeah, where's the fun in that? I like to do it that my way. Fine, go if you must. But don't ever expect to serve in these halls again, Dame. Greywall has no place for a knight willing to sever allegiances over personal matters. A flash of hurt flits through her eyes. Then so be it. As for a union to my brother, if the two of you seek to dissolve it, I'll personally petition His Majesty on your behalf. On our behalf, or yours? I simply don't wish for Tristan to suffer under any more false hope. The knightess looks about to say something, but stops herself. Very well. I'll keep that in mind. So an uneasy silence settles over the two of you. As you mull over your knight's words, you consider what else to say, if you should say anything at all. If she truly plans to leave after the tournament, I don't know if I'll get another chance to ask. And Tristan did encourage me to. If I may ask, what was my mother like? I was only a page when she arrived. I didn't know her well. I see. What did you expect, Lind? My lady? Lindner? What? Oh, Lindner? What? Commander! The knightess gives a brief bow. Oh, you. Oh, good. I thought... Stand up straight, girl. Is that the way to greet your superior? Try again. She stiffens, faces the commander, and gives a deep bow, and while keeping her gaze lowered. In just one motion, it feels as if the spirit seeps out of her body, as if an entirely different woman from the one you've known all your life now stands before you. As much as you can't stand her, you've always thought of her as a proud knight and a fearsome warrior, whose strength you could only envy. A grim satisfaction fills you to learn she isn't as fearless as you thought. Do you intend to make fools out of our order, Lightner? The commander barely gives her time to compose herself. Never, sir. Then how do you explain your disgraceful behavior? A winter knight carries himself with dignity. But you've done nothing but scowl at the most illustrious lords of the north, make demands of her ladyship, and bring shame to your honor, to the honor you hold as her knight. Jesus Christ, words were hard there for a sec. You're dismissed. Head to the tournament grounds, or run off and grovel after that boy, wherever he is. If he still lets you into his bed. Jeez. At this point, I'm just gonna say uncalled for, douchebag. Understood, sir. Without another word, the knightess trudges off, gauntlet curled tightly at her side. Sir Dythard. Forgive me for that display, my lady. I should have intervened sooner. I had hoped that girl would improve her manners in the years since she served as my squire, but Dame Lady has been... I keep feeling this, but making the noise got tired on my mouth. Has been my knight for many years now. I'm aware of her nature. Typical medieval dad. Not even dad. Just the one who trained her. Is what he is. No respect to your underlings, just orders, orders, and orders. You notice that everything has gone quiet. The ripples of conversation that filled the hall mere moments ago have also stilted. Or stilled, not stilted. Like a stone plunged into a pond. The affray between your knights has gone unnoticed. Did it say hasn't or has? Has not gone unnoticed. Not by their peers, nor yours. You consider the commander's words, and the eyes that now watch you. Well, I did just call him a douchebag, so I feel like I really, like... Yeah, no, he went too far. Specifically with the if he'll let you into his bed comment. It was just like, why'd you bring that up, bub? If you're gonna do discipline, keep it by the book. Dame Lady is my sister-in-law. I would ask you to treat her with as much courtesy as you would me, Sir Dythard. Forgive me, my lady, but I must repeat what your father stressed. That woman is not and never was your family. In any case, she's my personal knight, and I shall see to disciplining her myself. As you wish, my lady. The commander briefly scans the room. You! Kaufman! What? He turns to a fellow knight standing nearby, one who had the misfortune to fall under his line of sight. Oh, you... Commander! Her ladyship requires a new guard. See to it that you don't leave her side, unlike the others. But, sir, I must prepare for the joust. Your duty is to the Marchioness comes first. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do I make myself clear? Yes, understood, sir. Good. Now, my lady, I must be on my way. Do not hesitate to call for me at any time. Of course. You may go, Sir Dythard. As your guests begin to mingle among themselves again, a number of disapproving whispers reach your ears. Truly soft-hearted. What can you expect from a young girl? The Marquise would never... Yes, indeed. It seems your guests have decided talking about you is more stimulating than talking to you. Like, honestly, but the whole point of him going too far was strictly, at least from my end, it was strictly the bedding, the let you into his bed comment. That was where the line was crossed. Keep the discipline professional if you're going to do the disciplining. You suppose you're glad Sir Dythard has granted you a small reprieve? You scan the hall, and after a few moments you spot your brother standing in the courtyard entrance, waving farewell to a group of black-draped knights. From the distance, you doubt he heard the commander's outburst. If he had, he'd be rushing to her side by now. Meanwhile, Sir Robin stands nervously beside you, his mail clanking as he shifts in place. You can almost feel his stare boring into you from his visor. Despite how much you usually envy him and his sibling, right now you only feel sorry for him. Don't worry about me, Sir Robin. Go ahead and prepare for the joust. I'll make sure Sir Dythard doesn't give you another earful for it.
But my lady, I can't leave you alone.
I won't be. Tristan is right there by the courtyard, see? I'll go to him immediately. The young knight has the decency to at least pretend to consider it for a few seconds.
At least allow me to escort you that far, my lady.
He walks with you through the hall, saving you from any more interruptions. You nod gratefully to him before he bows and hurriedly shuffles off. Then you look towards your brother, still standing a distance from you when in the shade. Well, from you in the shaded courtyard. Tristan? You stop. He's not alone. You hear voices, his and hers. For a moment you freeze, uncertain whether to call out, but the intensity of their conversation makes you falter. Unsure of what else to do, you slip behind the pillar and wait. You didn't read my letters, did you? I don't want to hear anything you're afraid to say out loud. Afraid? You're the one who keeps running away. You're the one who avoids me every time I try and tell you. I don't have to listen to you. Oh, God. I think you do. I think after everything, you owe it to at least look me in the eye. After everything? Everything I did? Oh, God. That's bold of you, Tristan Greywall. You're acting as if you've never broken a promise to me, so it's all my fault? Is that what you're saying? Oh, listen to me. I know Heimdall made you an offer, and I'm taking it. I should have left years ago. Oh, Jesus Christ. I shouldn't have stayed. I shouldn't have chosen you. Oh, great. And take me with you. What? For a moment ago, where you said you were still... well, love is a complicated beast, ain't it? Take me with you. I want us to start over, to begin a new life. Why should I trust you? Why should I believe anything you have to say? All your life, you've cared about nothing but your damned duty. Oh, great. Well, I care about you. At that, the knightess turns around and strides right up to him. For a brief moment, you wonder if she might embrace him. But then, she slams him mercilessly, forcing his back against the wall with a metallic thud. Grabbing her claymore by the hilt, she lifts his chin with the pommel, forcing him to stare down into her eyes. Then a maiden or a certain pickle? You think if you just say the right words, I'll melt into your arms and forgive you like that? You have no right to ask me for anything. You... I shared a life with you all these years because I thought you would fight for me. Picture is a 100% smash. No, Freeman, I think you're misreading. The smash was in the past, and now it has come to pass. You're having raw tuna steak for dinner? Oh, God, that... You know what? Good for you. Good hunger. That made me hungry even though I ate relatively recently, and I ate a decent amount. Oh, God, why am I a ravenous creature? For us! But here we are, 7 years and no home, no land, still drowning in debt. Oh, God, when... Okay. I know I failed you. I know I'm not good enough. I know I shouldn't have left you. But you did. And what did you gain from it? What did you get for abandoning us? What did you get for leaving your family to die while you offered the prince like a good guard dog? Oh. But that hasn't came yet. That is poor service. 1-star review. A title? Gold? No! A pat on the back from the king, and another bloody suit of armor to keep fighting in. Don't look at me like that. I can ask Lynn to forgive the debt, and then what? And what then? You think that scared little girl is going to let her brave big brother run away to the border? The minute she calls for you, you're going to forget about building a new life and run straight back to like the hound you are. Lynn is the Marchioness. She's grown now. She's been an adult for like a month or two before this responsibility got put onto her, I will remind you. She doesn't need me. You're tasting the rich iron? I know, Mecca. The nutrition. What about when I needed you? My life used to revolve around you like the sun spins around the earth. Man, a sight of... Man, what year was this again? Haven't discovered that one lately. Or at this time yet. That's gonna be an awkward conversation if that gets discovered in their life. So, about revolving around me like the sun to the earth? Who was the earth and who was the sun? But I've learned that my world doesn't need you in it to keep turning. Please. How do you think I felt when you left me? Left us! Oh god. How do you think I felt when I held him for the last time? Huh? Who? I was so alone. All I could do was wait for the spirits to take me too. How am I supposed to forgive you for that? How am I supposed to forget? Hold on. What? Left us. Did they have... Did they have a son? How am I supposed to forget? Do you think that I don't miss him as much as you do? Do you think I don't hear him crying for me in my dreams? Do you think that I don't agonize over that decision every single day of my life? Abandoning my family, or abandoning my comrades. I thought I was making the right choice, but I was a fool. I promise you, I won't ever make that same mistake again. You expect me to believe you this time. I can't. Please, if you still love me, please give me one more chance. The Marquis can't hurt us anymore. We can go anywhere we want to. Anywhere we want to, not just the border. The capital, Raymond, trust me. Oh, Highwall, your old home. I'll bring us there. Tristan, you fool. Love has nothing to do with it. I've loved you for half my life, and nothing could stop me from loving you for the rest of it. But for as long as I've loved you, I've sacrificed for you. Again and again. I can't live like this any longer. I can't give you any more chances. I know you've made sacrifices for me. Too many to count. Hey, what about one more? That's why I'm willing to do the same. I'm willing to make the sacrifice this time. I'm willing to sacrifice Lynn. Oh! Sacrifice me? What? You don't hear what comes after. You sink down to your knees instead, clutching the sides of your dress with frigid fingers. You're cold, as if the warmth has drained from your veins. Yet your heart beats rapid. Its thundering fills your ears, making your head spin. My brother wants to run away with her. He doesn't care about me anymore. After a time, you struggle to stand up again. When you do, the courtyard is quiet. They must have finished whatever they needed to say. Oh, it's in line with the other stuff that is shown, or that has been said and shown. When you hear the faint sound of steel clinking, you hurriedly turn around and slip back into the great hall before either of them can spot you. Lynn, what are you doing alone? The traitor asks, casually, as he strolls up to you, like nothing happened. You can barely keep your voice from breaking. I could ask you that. You're supposed to be my knight. What kept you? Lynn. His Highness! Prince Raymond has arrived! What the hell? Why did I say it that way? Oh, you, the purple and gold one. Ooh, do we get to see the ornate helmet? A hush cascades through the hall, followed by ripples of excited murmurs. All eyes turn toward the pair of oaken doors at the entryway at the far end of the space where you now stand. The prince? I'd forgotten about him completely. We discussed him not too long ago. You barely manage to compose your face in an expressionless mask as another figure, Sir Dythard approaches you. My lady, shall I escort you to greet our guests? Are you nervous? You look pale. I'm fine, Sir Dythard. No, the pale is from other thing. You don't feel fine, of course. Your body doesn't feel like your own. You feel as if you're watching yourself tread down the hall, dragged along on some invisible current that pulls your feet one after the other. Your limbs are like a doll's, as stiff and cold as the stone floor your skirt grazes over. You're dimly aware of his footsteps behind you. Ordinarily, you would turn ever so slightly, stealing a glance at his calm smile, and stand taller, knowing you were safe with him close by. Just an hour ago, his presence made you feel whole. Now, you simply stare ahead and walk forward, step after step. I don't know what to think. I don't understand anything. He's been different since he got back. Now it's clear that's because he's been hiding things from me. Things like how he truly feels about me. Ahead of you, the great pair of oaken doors stand open, gaping like a wound. The horns. In walk 2 rows of knights in gold helmets. 2 rows of knights in gold, helmets donned and weapons at their sides. Velvet sashes hang across their chests. Deep purple capes trail down their backs. Emblazoned on each is the symbol of Thrasher, worked in gold thread. A stag with a sword caught in its antlers. At the head of the entourage walks a knight with a gilded helm, crested with tall antlers that cut through the air. You've seen paintings before of Prince Raymond, standing tall with regal bearing and noble features. It's quite good armor. That is also a thing. Sorry, that me talking about this game and other stuff seems to be quite the enthusiast when it comes to like medieval and how was it worded? But like medieval stuff, to the point of giving the functional diagram of the armor and all its pieces, which is very fascinating to me, who has the most surface level understanding of anything. The crested helm tucked under his painted arm glimmered as if drawn in gold. Now the gleaming antlers before you reminded you of the thorny brambles that trail around the castle's outer walls. The knights carry axes, great swords, and spiked morning stars. The prince, too, carries a weapon, a curved sword with a jeweled hilt in a style you have never seen before, tucked in a glittering gilded scabbard. These are very decorative knights. Everything that happened just minutes prior escapes your mind as you start rehearsing your greetings in your head. Only to hear the scraping of steel from behind you as your brother draws his sword. Tristan! What? He cuts swiftly in front of you until he stands between you and the prince. What? Sir Tristan, have you gone mad? Sir Dythard howls. Sheathe your weapon at once! What? Who are you? Who are you? Your brother asks, ignoring the commander. Where is his highness? What? Silence cuts through the halls as your skin goes cold. Nobody, not one soul moves. The next sound you hear is laughter. A woman's voice, muffled, laughs as if everything unfolding now is a scene in a lighthearted play. The sound is so sweet and stark and lovely, it leaves you shivering as you clutch your skirt. You look around for the source. With your brother's body blocking your sight, it takes some time for you to notice where the sound is coming from, right in front of you. So there you are, a silver-haired knight who wields his sword in his left hand. The voice, tinged with an Eastern Astarian? Astarian accent, rings clear and song-like from a helmet of golden antlers. I knew you'd be easy to spot, but I didn't think you'd come running to greet me. Okay. Prince Slayer? I've waited a long time to meet my brother's murderer face to face. Well, show your face then. Winter. Present. Castle Greywall, Liff. And now, oh my god, we cut away from that confrontation back to the ghost story. Oh my god. Ah. Well, we're back in the cold. You're in the Great Hall, on your gauntlets and paulines, when you return to the present again. I remember now. I remember who I was, who I wasn't. I wasn't the traitor. I wasn't the one who caused it. Well, you did still say you'd sacrifice your... Okay, that was a memory you had, but it was from her... No, that's a damned lie. It was still my fault. It was my fault for letting them walk in. My fault for not being careful. My fault for believing that nothing could go wrong. My fault. For only holding petty things that never mattered in my foolish heart. You stagger up, leaning onto a table for support. Your gauntlets claw into the stained cloth. The edge of the wood clangs against your cuisses. You turn back through the hall in heavy, crooked steps, over the tiles you once traversed long ago, while remnants of memories stamp through your plates. Shrieks and chaos, a spiked morningstar bludgeoning a nobleman's skull, his blood painting the wall behind him, another cleaved by an axe, dead before he can scream. A woman's dress drenched in crimson. Her starch collar dyed red from the wound in her neck. Somebody shouts an order. Knights rushed into the fray. But they're outnumbered. More men pour into the hall, no longer pretending to be royal soldiers. The knights are unprepared. Some didn't even carry weapons. This was a day for games and jousts, mock battles and friendly duels. Not this. Familiar voices tear at you like nails. Tickling, get her away. Stay alive. You remember where you fled to next. The tunnels. Somewhere twisting and cold, where the darkness enveloped your footsteps. Where stone upon stone seemed to swallow you whole. Where something happened. The thread tugs on you. You do not resist this pull. And so you retreat to where your memories lie. Linseed. The painting before you is unrecognizable now. In a strange way, that means it still reflects you rather well. There's nothing else to do back there. I don't know who this is. The black armor, wouldn't that be of Heimdall? That's not where I need to go. Oh, you have all that stuff in you because this was where the Raven kept his damn stash. Edgar's treasures. Search the pile. You dig your... Wait a minute, this could be the key to the drawer. You dig your finger plates through the pile. It holds pebbles, old coins, spare jewelry you'd once lost, and a single ring. It's small. It's a small blackened band that once shone silver, set with tiny blue stones, in the shape of a flax flower. You pocket it silently. You don't know why. But it's yours to keep all the same. Did the Ostarians break into this hall from the outside? My wife. I can't believe I ever cared about her. Odd. Was this always broken? Probably not, but we know where to go. Did I leave this room in a mess like this? I swear I wasn't that careless. No, that memory must have shaken me up so badly I'm losing my senses. Oh, certainly. I'm sure that's all it is. After a moment of hesitation, you wearily lift the hatch door. Then you descend the steps once more. I don't want to go. It's too dark. Enough, Lynn. Your brother is risking his life to fight off a mad woman who wants you dead. If you don't care about saving your own neck, at least care about what he's sacrificing for you. I'm willing to sacrifice the... Oh! You scream as the knightess grabs you and forces you down the staircase with her. Hold on, if he's willing to fight for her, that would... Tears dribble down your cheek. Dust makes you cough as your cries fill the empty air. It's the most useless thing you can do. But here, it's the only thing you can do. She carries a lantern in the hand she's not using to hold you. Its faint light is all that keeps crushing dark at bay. You've hated the dark since you were a child. You made every excuse you could to stay up at night, crying, asking for another story, or one more round of chess. As you wouldn't have to be alone in your bed, where the shadows crept around you. She and your brother would look after each other and sigh, before he inevitably carried you back to your room. Whether or not you were asleep. You know how foolish you're being. The castle above is full of murderers who want to kill you, so why in the world are you afraid of this right now? Tristan, you think, if he gets hurt, he'll never play chess with you or read to you again. Up ahead, the path splits into two. She pauses to think only for a moment before she leads you down the right turn. Hold on, I'm writing this down. Just in case this is important. Hold on, where's my notepad of notes? Other than my notepad of not notes. You try to control your breathing. Your face is wet and your eyes burrow now, but at the very least you've stopped sobbing. You steal a glance at her and are surprised to see not a warrior's resolute face, but a woman struggling to hold back her own tears. Welcome, Mazoric. Welcome, welcome. Shh, take Lind! Get her away from here! Stay alive. I love you. Brother, don't! Oh, what? The words tug at your heart, the way barbs tug at flesh. There's another reminder you'll never be... Yeah, there's another reminder that you'll never be as important to him as... Another fork in the path ahead. The knight stops again, then drags you down the left corridor. Left! You don't know where these tunnels were made... When these tunnels were made. You didn't know they existed until one day your father sat you down and told you if the castle was ever sieged and enemies broke in. Both were bad, but one was worse. Then the two of you would escape through a hidden passage. Tristan will come with us too, right? You asked. The knight has to stay and defend Lind, he replied. And also, he's a bastard child who I don't care about. You cried when you heard that. You didn't ever want to leave your brother behind. But here you are, running away, with her instead. You notice your pace has become less frantic. She still holds your arm, but it's clear she doesn't expect you to run. Her firm grip on you is as much to keep her grounded as it is to stop you from falling behind. She slows down to a walk. You're grateful for the chance to catch your breath, but without the rapid sound of metal on stone, the silence screams. You're afraid that everything in the darkness, in the shadows, in your mind, will crush you. Up ahead, a final fork. Right. The knightess slows down considerably now. She raises her lantern high, sweeping its light over the walls, searching for something as you walk. Her gauntlet digs uncomfortably into your arm as she mutters beneath her breath. What are you doing? Be quiet. You do as you're told. Your gaze follows the light, looking anywhere but the dark. Your dress is stained in blood. You only notice when she swings the lantern low. Immediately, visions of the Great Hall flood your mind. A woman screaming as a knight buries his sword in her back. The face of a man with his skull caved in. The laughter of that thing masquerading as the prince. You double over, trying not to retch. Keep it together, she mutters. You bite your lip before you can scream or cry. The taste of iron blooms on your tongue. Minutes tick by in the dark. The sick feeling in your stomach twists and gnaws at you with every passing second. Your heart leaps at every flickering shadow from the lantern as your companion searches what seems like every single blasted stone on the wall. You stand helplessly all the while. Damn it! He must have taken a wrong turn. She grabs your arm roughly and pulls you. Hold on. Pulls you back down the passage you came from. You cry out and resist, refusing to be dragged around like a doll. What are you doing? Getting you out of here. How? We've been down here for Spears knows how long, and I don't even see an exit. Lynn, just shut up and follow me. Just shut up. Well, I guess the situation calls for shut up at this point, but man, rare chance for a knight to be able to say that to the superior. Shut up? No, you shut up. You wield your words like a sword you wish you held now in your hands. You drive them like a spike point. You scream with every ounce and fear and anguish bottled in your heart. I hate you. I wish I didn't have to be here with you. Lind. I wish you were gone. I wish Tristan were here instead. I wish you were never here at all. I wish you never stole him from me. Lind, we don't have time for this. Be quiet unless what? Unless you want to end up murdered like your father, you stupid girl. What? You pull yourself free from her grip and jerk away. Murdered? Father died of illness. Hold on. What did you mean? Nothing. I didn't... Yeah, you can't exactly walk back that one. Answer me! Be quiet, Lynn. Blink. Littner, I order you to answer me! You order me. You're just like your father. You call us family when it's convenient for you, but you never truly thought of us that way. You wish Tristan were here instead? I wish he were here instead. I wish I were helping him escape and live instead of letting him behind to protect an ignorant, spoiled brat like you. How dare you? You're a horrid, ungrateful... Okay, what do I have to be grateful for? To be fair, Linda does not quite know how her father was to everyone. He only really cared about her, because... you know. Should I be grateful to live under the roof of men who abused me since I was a child? Grateful to be made knight so I could bleed out on a battlefield on that pig's orders? Grateful to watch the person I love, his own son, be treated like dirt beneath his heels? You're lying. Tristan loved father. No, he did not. No, based on what I'm seeing, no. You know nothing about your brother, or about me, my lady. So, you killed Papa, in cold blood, just like that. How could you? A true knight would never... Well, a true knight exists only in fairy tales. Do you feel nothing? I regret nothing. No, the only thing I truly regret is that I didn't make him suffer through it. The poison that took him while he slept was more than he ever deserved. You can't mean that. Tell me you're lying. No lies. Why shouldn't I do the same to you? With you gone, Tristan would finally be free. With you gone, this cursed house wouldn't exist anymore. I could say that Ostara did it. That one of their knights followed us. That I couldn't protect you in time. You can't, you wouldn't dare! If I die, then... Then what? Then my brother would inherit everything. My title, my castle, whatever's left of it after today. And that's even if he's still alive after. You shake yourself, then bunch up your fingers into a fist against your side. They brush something heavy resting in your pocket. Is this the dagger? My title. Protector of Lif. The dagger. Yep. It lies still in its sheath, nestled in silk. Beautiful and deadly sharp. You look up at the Nitess, wrestling with her own demons. As she comes to a decision, you make one yourself. Just try to be better than your father. Can you, though? Has she ever listened to you? Have you ever listened to her? She's a veteran knight. You've never been in a real fight before. The element of surprise is your only advantage. Oh, I can't make the... Be better than your father. Alright. Alright, it's your hide! Come to your senses. I'm afraid my path has never been clearer. You'll be branded a traitor. You'll be burned alive just like your parents. Burned alive just like... Fitting, isn't it? That the girl you saved from the pyre would send him to his own. I never wanted to do this. I knew my life was in his palm. If it was me alone, I could have borne it. But no one I had to watch Tristan suffer too. Years. Year after spirit's forsaken year. He'll never forgive you if you hurt me. I resigned myself already to spending the remainder of my days without him. Don't worry, Lind. You'll be with your mother soon. Your brother will be a just ruler. Your people won't suffer. I'll make it quick, I promise. As the knightess steadies herself and reaches for her blade, you know there will be no further chances. The beautiful dagger weighs like a stone in your pocket. This is self-defense. What other choice do you have? Do I hold it like this? No, you grip it in reverse. Like this, see? Then when you strike, you bear your palm on the pommel for more force. I'm sorry, Lind. I truly am. You don't answer. You take a deep breath, and then you pull the dagger out of its sheath and drive it towards her neck. Oh! Everything that happens next is a blur. You only managed it because you're lucky. Because she's distracted. Because in the dark she can't see you reach into your pocket. Sorry, I just heard something from behind and felt a shaking in the ground. That's a little concerning. Give me a moment. I'm gonna be right back just to make sure of... just to make sure nothing happened behind me. Hold on. One... We're just gonna be right back real quick. Sorry, that is unprecedented. Okay, I apologize for that. I just heard like a metal clank noise and felt something in the ground, so I was just making sure like nothing happened that was super concerning. Also, welcome back, Furfur. After your internet. Because she doesn't know you have a weapon at all. You're lucky. Because if you had struck half an inch lower, the blade would simply glance off her gorget and leave you with a bruised wrist. But it doesn't. The nimble point slips just between steel and finds flesh. You hear a scream. When you pull the dagger away, its tip is coated in red. She falls. You stagger, trying not to do the same. The heavy claymore drops to the floor with a clang. She sputters something garbled. Perhaps you do too. You stand over her, death still waiting. Or perhaps you're numbed by fear. But you didn't strike hard enough. She's still breathing. Doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter that you don't have the strength to penetrate the mail of her collar, to stab deep enough to leave a fatal cut. Like the feeble, useless thing you are. Not when that much pressure at the base of the windpipe can collapse any grown adult. You lucky girl. So you grip the dagger in front of you, your whole body shaking as she struggles to breathe. I genuinely, I didn't want to click on this one. I wanted to see if it was a secret. One of those, like the don't know your name. I can't do this. I can't kill another person. You lower the blood-tipped blade. It nearly slips from your fingers. What's going on? A voice thunders in the dark. A shape approaches. Two. You hadn't even heard them coming. You'd swear it was an illusion. The way they coalesce from the dark. But the shadows cast from flickering lanterns and the steady sound of footsteps only draw nearer. Preston and Sidithard. They're safe, but how? Okay. You see the you see the commander following in a step behind your brother, the shadows reaching you first. The younger knight's silver hair gleams brighter than the blood-stained armor as he comes close to then stops. Brother! He ignores you and heads straight for the crumpled form of his wife. Are you alright? A dark trickle stains her gorget. He tears off a piece of his sash and wads it tightly under the plate. Gauntlet shaking, he cradles her face. It's pale white in the wavering lamplight. Damn it! We didn't survive the siege just so you could die here! Well, After agonizing seconds pass, he turns to you. Lynn. There's ice beneath that single syllable. A cold like the wind on a winter night. Steeped in something you have never heard before in his even, gentle voice. Hate. What did you do? I had to stop her. She tried to attack me. She murdered Father. Don't be ridiculous, Lynn. Within a heartbeat, he stomps up to you and rips the dagger out of your hands. Then he hurls it across the floor, where it echoes into the dark. You cower. I'm not. She poisoned him. Sigmund, that's enough. Your father died of illness. He drank himself to his grave. He's your father, too! Why didn't you ever acknowledge it? Why don't you care? Why won't you believe me? So that's how you repay Lord Sigmund? After everything he did for you? After he saved you from rotting streets like the maggots you are? That's enough. I think, do you think I'll let you get away with it? Hold on, wait. My lady, step aside. I will punish both of these traitors properly. Where in that conversation did you get that he... I guess, okay, there are assumptions to be made that he might have been in on it, but where in that was say... Commander, this is not the time to start fighting amongst ourselves. You dare give orders to me, traitor! I was right to not let you go alone. I knew you didn't care about her ladyship's safety. Let go of your weapon now, Sir Dythar, unless you plan to die by it. I'll show no mercy to the likes of you. Sigmund, forgive me, but I must send your ungrateful child to the grave with you. No, stop! No! Oh, God. If you think of the same boy whose face you once split open, you're mistaken. In a split second, both men are on their feet. The commander's hands fills his hilt. Stop! Both of you stop! Oh, God. And your cries are drowned by the sound of swords drawn from their scabbards. The commander lunges first, his sword aims at your brother's throat. The younger knight parries with a heavy blow, arcing his blade off of his opponent's into the riposte. The older man barely has time to block. The knight's lock crossguard against the blade in a sudden contest of strength. Then the younger angles his hilt and breaks the deadlock with a wide cut as he steps elegantly into another stance. Then, with sword raised, he lunges. Steel dances on steel in the dark. You've seen your brother spar before with Sir Robin or the other knights, or with her. This is nothing like the training yard bouts you'd eagerly watch. Nothing like the playful matches he'd share with you. Nothing like the gentle guidance he'd offer you as you stumble through attacks and stances with a dull training sword. In front of you is not your brother. In front of you is a cold, precise, and ruthless killer, more steel blur than man. Attacking relentlessly as he drives his opponent back. He takes inch by inch, step by step. With each hit, he barely allows the older knight the chance to block before striking with another cut or thrust. You don't know how long you'd watch them. You don't know if you even closed your eyes. You're sure that the moment you blink, one of them will be killed. Real duels sometimes only last seconds. There's no coming back from a mistake when your opponent wants you dead. Well, when it's in the dark, it's also going to be a bit iffy on landing those hits. The pair of knights dance in a blur, yet you swear you can see the sweat beating on Sir Dathard's brow as they trade blow after blow. Then, your brother makes a misstep, leaving his right side, his blind side open. The old knight wastes no time taking the chance to strike, only for the younger to faint at the last moment and skewer him beneath his pauldron. The old man screams and drops his weapon to the floor. Your brother slams him into the wall with a crunch that reverberates through the tunnels as the fallen sword clangs in tune. Then he presses his blade to the old knight's neck. Stop! Stop! You can't kill me! You need me to protect the Marcion. You... A coward like you never protected anything. Stop, Tristan, don't! Okay, well... A strangled scream fills the dark as his blade makes a clean cut through the commander's neck. He's still screaming, even as the blood fills his lungs and spurts from his body. No, it's you who's screaming. You only realize when you have to stop for breath. With a final, awful gurgling noise, the old man slumps against the wall, his blood coating your brother's sword. He sheathes it with its fuller crimson. He doesn't offer a prayer, doesn't offer a grain of remorse. Then he rushes to her side. You feel sick. You crumple to your knees. You've just seen your brother murder a man, your father's friend, your own trusted advisor, in cold blood. All because he threatened her. No, he threatened both of them! Both of you are traitors! Okay, but he doesn't hear you. Yeah, back to this. I'm here. She gasped. She's here too. I'm getting you both to safely. You shouldn't have. It's alright. He can't hurt you now. None of them can hurt you again. Lynn. You don't respond. The traitor pulls you up roughly. You yelp at the cold touch of his gauntlet on your arm. We need to move. Lord Heimdall rallied the knights against the Ostarians, but I don't know how long they can hold. We need to get you and the other nobles away. I'm not going anywhere with you. Sigland. I don't know who you are anymore. You're not my brother. My brother is a hero. A hero who loves me and always protects me. Not a monster like you. He would never hurt me or betray me like this. There's no anger in his eyes when you look at him through the tears. Exhaustion fills his features. Heaviness. Hurt. Good. I want him to feel all of it and worse. I'm not a hero, Lynn. But I swear, as long as I'm alive, I will protect you. How? By protecting Papa's murderer? Whole complicated situation here. By harming everyone important to me? It's all your fault. All of it. If you hadn't slain the prince... His mouth opens as if he has something to say, but bites his tongue. We have to go, Lynn. Now! No. Either you walk on your own 2 feet, or I drag you out of here, he hisses, digging his gauntlet tighter into your arm. For a moment, you see not the man you knew as your brother, but the monster with a bloody fuller. His one cold eye gleaming like ice. Fine, just go then. Wait, what? Just let me go. Don't leave. I'm not. I'll go and get help. I can Shh. All right. Gently he lifts her up. She leans against him with a pained cry, but stares ahead with a resolute look pasted over her pallid face. And so you and the traitors make slow progress through the tunnels. I remember now. This is where Sadaithar died. Or she. You nearly stumble over your sabatons. I remember how we fled. We found our way outside. At Squire Ron saddled our horses. But our escape didn't go as planned. Oh. You lurch forward, retracing old, haunted, and familiar steps. The end of the tunnel leads to nothing but a stone wall. Yet, you've been in the darkness long enough to know the shape of its silence, and its sound. Beyond the oppressive stone lies the faint whistle of winter wind. A single stone holds the key. My god, could I use winter wind right now? It is very hot. It is very warm right now, and I don't enjoy it. You don't remember what shape or pattern you're supposed to look for. That knowledge was lost, even to your living memory. You shouldn't find it as easily as you do. But one stone block appears rougher than the others, chipped along its edges, almost jagged. As if damaged or withered from constant use. Constant use? You press your gauntlet into it, and push, as if possessed. Immediately, the stones groan and shift. Miraculously, the mechanism still moves after all these years. The wall slides away, slowly revealing an opening and a set of stairs. A blast of wind hits your helm and pulls at your cape. You wrap your hollow arms around you in a semblance of a shiver, a memory from a body you no longer possess. No longer shaped like the one you knew. You remember the breeze on a cold spring day with nary a cloud. How the sun shone so brightly on a place that would soon house nothing but death. Like a doll on a string, you reach for the thread of memory that tugs at you. And climb up the steps. What? The black stallion stamps its hooves, snorting impatiently. Shh, easy boy. Master's gonna take you for a ride, that's all. Roan pats his flank and continues to mutter softly to the towering beast your brother calls his steed. You rub your eyes. After the dark of the cellars, the outside world still feels impossibly bright. As soon as you stepped out of the staircase and took your first lungful of the cold spring air, he was already off, all but threatening you to stay put. You obeyed. Even if you wanted to run, where would you go? You crouched in silence against a worn, mossy wall, waiting. The seconds crawled by in agony. She didn't make a sound. The two of you kept at a distance. She pale and still, holding your brother's torn sash to her throat, while you kneeled in the dirt and buried your head in your arms. There you shook uncontrollably. In the brightness and the quiet, you could scarcely believe everything that okay. You could scarcely believe that everything that happened in the last few hours was real. The scenes in your mind felt more like a nightmare or a passage from the Tales of the Mist. Your head felt heavy when you tried to think of it, any of it. So you didn't. You didn't relive the screams, the bodies falling around you, so Dithard slumped against the wall. You let your thoughts turn stark and vacant, your mind as blank as snow. You jumped at the sound of footsteps, but it was only a brother returning with a familiar figure. You turn your attention to the ink-black horse stomping the ground, and the low voices of the knight and squire in tense discussion. We can have her ride south of the capital. No, we need reinforcements first. We'll send her to Fort Skuld. Through the forest? Won't that be dangerous? A star has arrived from the southeast. There could be more soldiers waiting in that direction, but little chance they'd pursue her through the boreal wood. Why are you acting like I'm to go alone? Your brother narrows his eyes. Oh, okay. You're not going alone. Roan will accompany you. Sir. Is there a problem? None, sir. It's just, I haven't seen Robin since this morning, before the fighting started. I'll look for him and send you word. Thank you, sir. Ugh. What an silly brunch. Only by that I'm currently eating a convenience store. Aw, a convenience store hug? Well, that is a rippin' piece. Rippin' unfortunate breakfast moment. Stop. Why can't you come instead? I thought you said I'm a monster to you. But you said you would still protect me, so why won't you? Oh, this is going back and forth a bit now. Oh, God. I can't leave while my comrades are here, while other people are fighting for their lives. I'm the reason the princess is here. I'm the one she wants. Like you said, it's all my fault. Who's talking? Wait. That's all my fault. Who said that? That isn't true, Sir Tristan. Sir! How did you find this place? Are you hurt? Huh? The scarred form of the old general approaches you, his dark surcoat and cape shrouding him like the shadows he calmly steps out of. There are fresh tears in the heavy fabric. Oh, tears in the heavy fabric. Dried blood coats his weathered armor. Why are you here, General? Sir, the fighting, the banquet, what happened after I left? Tell me what happened first. Your wife, is she? I'll live, she says weakly in reply. You clench your mouth shut as your brother gives the old knight a brief summation of your fight through the tunnels. It's all a bad dream. I'll wake up soon in my bed or in the solar. The Astarians have agreed to a temporary truce. That doesn't make any sense. How could you come to agreement with that monster so quickly? Some people are good at talking. What you missed? Were you here for any of the ordeals in the tunnel? You kind of missed a lot of important stuff. You kind of... Where was when you left off? Had the attack happened at that point? Cause, you missed the tunnels. You missed the reveal that his wife killed her and his father by poisoning. attempted to kill her, but she had the dagger on her and poked her in the neck. He and Commander Dythard was around. Oh, the Cabadon scene. Had a fight, so he had to kill he killed his own commander by slitting his throat in the tunnel. And everyone kind of is on edge about each other in this whole thing because, oh god, she hates her obviously for killing her father, not knowing how terrible the father was to the two of them. I don't know. Her is probably somewhere else on laying down with a minor stab wound in the neck because dagger. And now they're out here. There's apparently a temporary truce going on. And we are attempting to just move forward and get her to safety. The truce is on the conditions that you, Tristan Greywell, agree to duel with Cassia von Ost. If you win, Her Highness will release the hostages she's taken. And if I lose or refuse, then their lives are forfeit and the fighting resumes. I see. And it's settled. Lynn, you'll go on without me. What? No, Tristan, you can't. Lynn will go with you, and that's final. Sir. I know you trust your squire, Sir Tristan. But the lady needs someone experienced to keep her safe. My knights can escort her. Rowan can handle it, but an extra set of eyes would give me much peace of mind. Thank you, sir. Don't I ever say... You're leaving. I won't repeat myself. Against your protest, she cries. You're dragged to the waiting horses. He hauls you up onto Shadow's back, right behind Ron, as if he doesn't trust you to ride alone. You're forced to wrap your arms around the squire to keep your balance. Because of that, you can't reach out towards him as he walks away. Tristan? Her Highness needs your answer before the hour is up, Sir Tristan. Then let's go. She shuffles stiffly between them, leaning onto Heimdall for support. As for him, your brother spares one look at you, one glance, and mouths, "Be safe." Oh yeah, no, also the castle became under siege from someone who was, by a mad princess who wants revenge for the fact that Tristan killed the prince in the war. You don't remember what expression he had on his face? Tristan! You shout again, yelping as the stallion whines and begins to move, carrying you away. The last you ever saw of him was his back turned to you, silver hair trailing behind him in the wind. In the weeks and years after that day, you reimagine that scene in your mind. A tearful farewell to your brother. A tearful farewell, your brother cradling you against his armor, saying all the words you wish he had spoken. Didn't know about the siege. Yeah, I forgot. The Cabadon happened, then the siege started, and that's why they had to flee into the tunnels. Tristan stayed to, fight them off as much as he could before regrouping in the tunnels with Dythard, and the unnamed lady in the tunnel incident happened. Also, the end of the Cabadon scene was Tristan saying he would sacrifice Lynn for the, for his wife. So, yeah. Kind of a tense situation, everyone not getting along much. A final wave goodbye as you gallop away into the distance. Sometimes you imagine snow swirling around you, other times deep fog or rain. But the truth was that the sun had shone on your back, that you had drained yourself dry of tears, and he had not turned around. Not even once. As you climb up the steps, a blast of wind through the mouth of the tunnel nearly makes you stumble backwards down the flight of stairs. What a cacophony that would make. I remember everything now. That day was only the beginning of a life filled with wretched misery. It was the first time I had to defend myself. The first time I watched others die. What? It would not be my last brush with death, far from it. And out there is the last place I saw him alive. Oh my god, it took me way too long to get that. You walk through the entrance and, for the first time since you awakened, step into the world outside. Moonlight floods the shore of the living, reflecting off a sea of snow that lies in the stark contrast to the pool of dark above. Gray clouds streak the sky, while gray fog shrouds the distant horizon. You strain your helmet against your gorget, as if you expect to see the same scene from so long ago. As if you'll spy the one you left and lost. Growing smaller and smaller in the distance. It took me too long to realize that even the suit of armor was possessed not by Tristan but by Lynn. There are moments where I feel like I'm a little slow to pick up on things. It took me... The saying that was the first time she had to defend herself and see that... Oh. As if you'll hear the words left unsaid. Damn it. He was a fool to the end, trusting the man who led him to his death. I never made it to the fort. I was ambushed by the knights sent to protect me, and barely escaped unscathed. Heimdall. Now I remember why that name rang familiar. So lost you are in your thoughts that you don't notice a shadow moving in the gray, nor the scraping of steel beneath the hollow storm, nor the cold, cold breaths engulfed by the wind. You hear it before you see it. Revenant. A crunch crunch and creak clank like a warhorse trudging through the driven snow. A clamor of steel and iron like the movements of a dozen knights of armor that is not your own. Then a beam of moonlight shines on something, a broken piece of metal bright as a mirror, and you see it. It's taller than a man, even on all fours, with long limbs and coiled neck that resemble a corpse stretched and pulled apart. Its enormous mane, ragged and coarse, makes the thing appear twice its size. Lifeless gray flesh clings to its emaciated frame, growing taut around the jagged blades that pierce its body. Remnants of steel hang like a suggestion of armor off its haunches and shoulders. Its skin is the color of men you've seen left to freeze and die in the cold. I was figuring it would be a revenant of Tristan. Also, for the sake of I like this image, I'm saving that as a picture for myself. Oh. 2 eyes, I guess. And 2 luminous eyes fall upon you, staring at you from the cracks of the crooked knight's visor it had for a face. One word forms in your mind. Revenant. My armor. Oh, Jesus Christ! Its cry is like a choked gasp, and the coarse scraping of iron teeth, but there is no mistaking the murderous fury in its sound. At last you break free from the stupor to find yourself in, and... You don't actually, you stand there helplessly. Let's go tunnel. Let's just turn back through the tunnels. This thing looks big. Your best chance to escape is back through the cellars, where you can lose it in the tunnels. At least that would be true if your pursuer were alive. But that thing is a revenant, undead. It will never tire. It will never grow weak or feeble like the living do. You don't know if it can even feel pain. That was why it was such an unfathomable feat that he should slay one. Reverse D's nuts buff. Reverse D's nuts debuff. What the hell? Despite being larger and heavier than you, the creature is lightning fast. It's on you in seconds, pinning you down with a single strike of its metal claw. Iron should not tear iron. But suits of armor shouldn't spring to life and walk around either, you dimly think to yourself. As its claws sink into you, leaving gashes in your cuirass, like a knife through flesh. With the ease of a cat pinning a mouse under its paw, it drags you out into the frozen landscape. You feel yourself sink into a sea of sorrow. Snow? Did I say snow or sorrow? Snow. It bleeds through the gaps in your armor and mail, filling your visor and flooding your vision with white. You still struggle against the monster's weight. I can't. I didn't come back here just to end up like this. I didn't get through the trouble of remembering everything about my sorry life just to get turned into a pile of rust by you. You thrash on violently, failing to impede the monster in any way, as more snow smothers your visor. I won't let this be the end. I won't let you destroy it. I won't let you touch my brother's armor, Falby. Well, you're a little late on that one. But the thing does not hear the resolute desire rattling around your empty helm, as if your pathetic display could move its unbeating heart. Around you, the storm goes still. The howling wind grows softer and softer, as if it's far away, not battering against your steel shell. As the snow falls in thick flakes around you, you cease to feel it. Any of it. Not the Revenant's impossibly sharp claws digging into your cuirass. Not your greaves or gauntlets lying in the cold. Not one piece of your brother's beautiful black armor that sheltered you instead. Only darkness and silence. Ending the claws of the beast. Ah, what a lovely 6 weeks ago. Castle Winterliff, year 298. Winter. Another day dies, engulfed by the dark of winter. The skies have been heavy with slate-gray clouds and snow for the past... You've lost track of the days. It's not just your age. The waning months of the year have always muddied your sense of time. At least that's what you tell yourself. You sigh. Sunlight is a luxury you'd trade no small amount from the treasury for. You wonder if you'll see another spring. At that thought, you ease yourself slowly from your seat by the window and stand up. There's no sense mulling over dour thoughts while you unpick your needlework for the umpteenth time. Not when you can mull over dour thoughts while you take a turn about the room instead. The armor I wore in my glory days? Not that there was anything glorious about the youth I wasted on the battlefield. What? Indeed. When your fool of a husband died and left you widowed with a wailing infant, you were ordered to defend and serve in his stead. To everyone's surprise, you succeeded at it. This armor was my reward for the slaughtering I did so well. But a collar is a collar, no matter how jeweled it may be. Your years of fighting weren't long in the grand scheme of things. The lords, to put it simply, found it humiliating that a young woman should outshine them in the battlefield. As time passed, fewer and fewer women received knighthoods, and the title Dame became quietly retired. You weren't upset by this. You encouraged it, rather. I wouldn't ever let someone like her wield the sword again while I still breathe. His portrait stares down at you in eternal sorrow. Of all the paintings of him you commissioned, this is the only one you kept from the world. The only one that captured the bitter melancholy of the scarred man he was. Not the great hero you wanted him remembered as. It's hung there for decades as a reminder to you to never let anyone get too close. Even family can and will betray you. Your tired eyes have difficulty reading the inscription beneath the frame. It doesn't matter. You know the words by heart. Sir Tristan Winter, Knight of Lif and hero of Lif's Razor. I gave you our family name after your death. Would it have pleased you? You know the answer to that. You know whose name he would have preferred taking instead. A veil with delicate stitches, decades old. You don't know why you've kept it all this time, why you bother to repair it now. Your marriage was brief and joyless, and the son you brought into the world was... Well, to call him the greatest disappointment in your life wouldn't be far from the truth. At least you managed to sire a son before charging headlong into a bloody demise. I've done enough mending for one night, you think to yourself as you rub your shaky fingers. You could once swing a sword or thread a needle with precise grace, but neither is easy now at your age. Needlework has been especially awful on your weak wrists. The pin shoots through your hands and numbs your arms on the bad days. Still, you refuse to let this small, simple act be taken from you. Is it meditative? Does mending stitches help you forget the lives you've ripped apart? Or was it all worth it to bury your enemies? Heimdall, Ostara, her. The candle. Just as you think about lighting another candle for some light, a knock sounds at the door. Come in. The boy with her eyes carefully enters the chamber, balancing a tray in his hands. Tristram. Grandmother, I've brought you some warm milk. You are my heir, Tristram, not a servant. Will you wait until I cross the sunless sea before you act like it? He does not reply. He only sets the steaming cup down on the table, then quietly steps away. You sense him pause for a while, perhaps trying to muster the courage to utter something to you. You don't offer encouragement. You don't even turn to look at him. You could never stand seeing his face for long. A full minute passes before his soft footsteps finally trail to the doorway. Good night, grandmother. You ignore the steaming cup and return to the window. Ghost white flakes fall against the empty sky outside. The half-devoured moon lingers in gloom. You sit there, watching the world of dark for a long while. Until you drift into the void of your dreams.
think it's more so the eyes of a person you hate.
3 horses thread through the forest as swiftly as their riders allow. Oh, we're back here. Roan keeps shadow at a steady pace behind the knightess, Dame Tanza, who rides ahead, but not without effort. If you were aware of anything besides how terrified you are, you'd sense how tense your fellow rider is. Though the young squire has diligently, why did I want to say delightly, diligently tended your brother's war steed, the two of them are uneasy as horse and rider. The stallion can sense both your fear and Ronan's distress, or Ron's distress. Only his training keeps him from bolting and tossing you both from the saddle. You squeeze your eyes shut and hold tightly. From behind you, Sir Egbert calls for your party to stop. What's wrong? Ron asks. Scotty's shoe is loose, he replies, motioning to his mare. Can you have a look at it, Squire? Oh. Of course I'm still ordered around at a time like this. Fine, I'm coming. You're forced to clamber inelegantly off the stallion's back so Ron can dismount. Dame Tanza does the same without complaint. For how little she cared about biting her tongue back in the Great Hall before the massacre, before your life changed. She seemed unbothered by the sudden delay. Both knights seemed nervous, but your party did just flee from a massacre. You're in no state of mind to think that anything worse could still happen. Well, let me tell you, based on what I know, I believe something worse is about to happen. Though you're already aching from the short ride, your mind feels more bruised than your body. While Ron heads to check Sir Egbert's mare, you tend to shadow, soothing and petting him in an attempt to calm yourself as well. Despite his fearsome appearance, the inky black horse is still your brother's steed. Your brother, who could kill a man in the blink of an eye, but was always gentle to his beasts. You shake the thought from your mind, continuing to mutter quietly to the stallion, like you've done with your own horses or Sunflower in the past. When Shadow lets out a startled neigh, and you step back, and Sir Egbert pulled a dagger from his belt. Oh, run behind you! You scream. Oh, the squire was around just in time to dodge the knight's blade, drawing their own dagger in the same motion. Oh boy. You only had one job, Dame Tanja described. What? Heimdall didn't send you to protect us. I'm sorry you got tangled in this, Squire. The Marchioness needs to die. Oh, great. We can't have you telling everyone who did it. Was the attack you were doing too? Were you working with a star this time? You don't need answers where you're going. Dame Tanza drew her own dagger next, turning to you. Oh, aye. 1 second. Oi, water is needed to maintain throat. Water. Why are you doing this? What does Heimdall want? The knight answers by charging at you. She stops when, with a sharp neigh, Shadow rears and rushes toward her in a thundering coal-black blur. The knight has to scramble out of his path, cursing. Your brother's steed has no loyalty to you. You two have to dodge out of the way of the stallion's heft and hooves. Any posture check while Berber earlier? I mean, we can. There has not been, but I have been monitoring my posture here. Until Rome blocks his path, dagger drawn. Lind, run! Oh god, Lind, run! Oh god, and now she's running through it. You obey. You turn your back and dart through the trees like a hare with two angry, bloodied wolves behind you. Don't let her run! It's your fault. Why didn't you tie the horse down? Focus, we can't fail Lord Ernest. Wait, what? Heimdall. He did this. Tristan's still at the castle with him. But it's yourself that you have to worry about now. The knights are gaining quickly. Alright, because Heimdall was the one who said that there was a truce with an agreement to the Oh, no. The knights are gaining quickly. You dash past the thicket of trees with your legs burning. The branches give way to a clear view of the sky above, and rushing water below. A river lies in front of you. If you're still on horseback, you could leap across it. You remember that clearly. You remember judging the distance while your heartbeat pounded like a drum in your chest. You remember freezing as the knight's footsteps and shouts grew closer and closer behind you. The rapid river in your memories is a stream compared to the unending sea you see now in your dreams. Its waters stretch to the horizon, so dark they're indistinguishable from the weave of the night sky. You look down. You're clad in armor now. Once burnished steel covers you from gorget to sabaton, coated in rust, blood, and dirt. Like the girl in your memories, weak and hopelessly pursued, you take the leap. You fall, at once weightless and heavy, and plunge into waters cold, lightless, and deep. Castle Greywall ruins, Lif, winter present. Oh. When you feel the cold touch of your shell around you again, you're sprawled on the floor like a heap of discarded metal. You stagger onto your paulines and pull yourself up. Your body feels different now. Scrapes and scratches cover the surface of your steel skin. Your left counter is dented at an odd angle. Your cape and trimmings have tears in the fabric. You sound different when you move, the way your whole book tinkles like its rings are falling out, the way the air flows through your cuirass. You look down. This is the one. It's the same, but it's the one that the Revenant got onto. Your cuirass is rent with 3 wicked, jagged wounds that expose exactly how hollow you are. You brush your finger plates over the raw openings where the thick steel has been torn like paper. You shake as you do. More rings of your hauberk exposed beneath your wounds fall and out and clatter onto the floor. You realize that you're shaking with anger. I let that thing touch this armor. This armor was a gift for someone who was once the most precious person in the world to me. That beast, the Revenant, let you off rather lightly, all things considered. You're still in one piece. I remember the tales. Revenants are drawn to iron, all spirits are, but they devour it, like the living consume food and water. Perhaps this one wasn't hungry, but when it finds you again, you know you won't be so lucky. Well, that's perfect! Just wonderful! I'm still trapped here in a broken suit of armor, but now a metal-eating monster is lurking around the corner. What am I supposed to do? I can't fix anything now that I'm dead. I can't set right these wrongs. I don't know how to. That day there was nothing I could do to stop Ostara. To convince my brother not to throw away his life, to save anyone, to stop any of it from happening. But what truly frustrates me is that I still don't have answers. I spent the rest of my miserable life pretending my brother was a hero, honoring his name, hiding the fact that he never had a shred of loyalty to my father or my house, or to me. But I never had the chance to ask him why. Why did he abandon me? Why was he so willing to throw away everything I gave him to run away with her? Why was he so willing to never see me again? Why wasn't he the loyal knight he swore to be? Why did he trust a traitor to the kingdom? Why didn't he protect me? I wish... Damn it! I don't have time to stand around. You pause your tirade to do something slightly more sensible and examine your present circumstances. You do a quick check of your inventory. You still have your satchel, flint, and keys. But the spare candles are nothing more than broken lumps now, crushed under your weight. You toss the remnants to the side. The piece of glass is now several pieces of glass. You toss those aside as well. The drawing you made when you were a child is crumpled but intact. You smooth it out as best you can, then tuck it away. You examine your own silver ring, then put it back in the satchel. It used to be loose on your own fingers, but it looks comically small now in your hand. In your brother's gauntlet. The bottle is missing. Either it fell out of your belt or was smashed apart when the creature dragged you here. You look around to determine where here is. I remember this place. This is the entry hall. That means I'm in the south wing of the castle. That thing dragged my body around this perimeter of this castle all the way to the entrance as if it weighed nothing. How can I stop it or harm it? Damn it, Tristan, of all the things you never told me. Why did How to Kill a Revenant have to be one of them? Well, I feel like that would not have been... Actually, that would have been quite relevant to tell how you killed something as such. But no matter how you wished or otherwise, you won't get any answer from someone who's already far beyond the sea. Well, don't think he's beyond the sea, because I think that Revenant is him. You shrug your pauldrons, and another loose ring escapes your hauberk. You suppose you have little choice now, but to explore your surroundings. As long as I'm still here. On the shore of the living, there must be something I can do. I survived Heimdall's attempt on my life, and countless others in the years to come. I survived what they did not. Even after everything that happened to me, I never abandoned my will to carry on. I'm not going to give up just because I'm dead now. And if I'm torn apart, then so be it. As a ghost, I could never remain in this body forever. But I won't fall back into the sunless sea before I get my answers. I hope you can find them. Rubble, ruins, and rubbish. The entry hall that stood proudly in your childhood and looks suspiciously like an enormous creature has prowled around the place and turned it into its makeshift nest. You even spy what looks like a half-eaten piece of an old iron gate from the gardens. Because he found it You know what? That's a stretch, but you still pass. I'll call that a stretch, but still passing, Freeman. You stretch. Good, we're on the same page then. Those doors led back to the Great Hall. Explains why I couldn't open them earlier. Though the rubble looks like it could be cleared with some effort, you keep your distance from the doors for now. A large hand crank is attached to the side of the wall. I remember seeing the servants use this. It controls the pulley system for the chandelier. They would use it to clean and replace candles. No, it was designed to lock after every quarter turn. The contraption looks so old and weathered, you're not sure if it's safe to use any longer. You leave it alone. The new castle I had built, when this one was abandoned as lost, was much larger and grander. Its rooms had high ceilings and brass chandeliers, and tapestries hung on every wall. The candlelight would reflect off the metal and fill the space with warm gold. Here are the ruins of your childhood home lie in stark contrast, lightless and cold, rather than a ring of ambery brass. A cold black halo of iron hangs above you. If I want to return to the north wing of the castle, I have to go through here, the Great Hall again. But just the thought of it makes your gauntlets shake. The memories of that place, of what I saw that day, the agony of those who died there. I don't want to relive any of it, not yet. For the time being, you stay far away. Oh, 3 paths. You step back to examine the pair of doors, the pair of great doors behind you. Beyond them lies the outside world. A world asleep, waiting for day to come. The doors are not locked. They stand agape, letting gusts of winter wind billowing through the wide, empty hall. You're free to leave, except you're not. In your condition, you won't last out in the storm. And it feels wrong, doesn't it? A lost soul like you sulking about in a battered suit of steel belongs in a nightmare or tale, not the shore of the living world. A relic like you belongs in a place like this, built from memories and regrets. Because despite your long and bitter years, this place holds the only time in your life you were truly happy. When the girl known as Lind truly lived. I've always been here. You never left me behind. And we will see this story to its end together. The great doors that lead outside, out of the castle, out of the place you awakened, loom before you. You know it would be fruitless to try and escape now. The storm may have quieted, but the snow still buries the earth. And who knows if the creature isn't lurking just beyond the threshold. Ignore them for now. Wait, can I? This way would lead to my family's quarters and guest rooms, but the rubble in the entryway is piled too high. I'm not getting past it. It's a shame. There's nothing useful left for me there. But I would like to visit my childhood room. Rubble and debris are strewn about in a makeshift nest. The beast has certainly made this place its own. When we tried to recover the castle and my brother's body after Ostara was defeated all those years ago, our efforts were fruitless. Anyone dispatched here never returned. Eventually the castle and surrounding town were completely abandoned. Now I understand what happened to the poor souls who set foot here. You shuffle toward the corridor on your left. This way leads to the servants' halls. My family's retainers kept rooms there, including the squires and knights of lower rank. Including the two of them. Well, I don't have time to search the entire hall, but I don't need to. Indeed. You head straight for... I'm running out of save slots. The room she stayed in alone. You enter the hall, treading past the upper servants' rooms until you reach a narrow corridor where the pages and squires slept. Your sabatons ring out with every step against the dusty floor. Cobwebs encroached on the well-worn stone. Nothing scurries. Even the spiders that marked this place as their own are long gone. You recall where her room lies, right beside your brother's old quarters. This is the place they resided until they became knights. For my brother, that was his 24th or 25th year. It was always colder in this hall. That's what I remember the most. I was happy when he finally moved into the knights' quarters. It was much nicer and didn't feel so cramped with the three of us anymore. I spent every evening with them after all. When I was that small, it didn't upset me so much that I had to share my brother with her. For decades, I banished all memory of that woman from my mind, but now I recall. There truly was a time when I didn't loathe her. You continue on, passing row after row of the same oaken doors. I remember my brother's pain when she moved back to the squire's quarters alone, because of whatever happened between them. Whatever it was, I'm sure I'll find a clue here.
You stopped when you reached your brother's childhood door. I know there's nothing left of his here anymore. This room was either emptied or taken by another squire after he left it. Still, you can't help but imagine the boy he must have been, and what kind of days he'd spend behind this very door. It's been so very long that you've thought of him that way. As not a hero or a traitor, but a simple knight to be, the boy who had dreams and a life of his own before you stepped foot in it. You pictured him turning the pages of his favorite book, uttering a litany by the window, whittling wooden figures, or carefully carving a candle. From further down the hall, a gust of wind ruffles your cape and hauberk. Another stray ring breaks free and drops to the floor. Father made him sleep in a cramped, draughty room in this cramped, draughty hall until he was well into his adult years. I'd never given that a second thought. You pause a moment more, then continue past your brother's door and step foot in front of hers. The door falls open when you push it. Oh, fails to open. It too is locked shut. Damn it! Whatever she was hiding will have to remain hidden to you. That was a good knee hit on my desk that just made some stuff happen. Unless you take the small key that hung on Sir Dythard's belt and try it on the lock. Why not? It fits perfectly. The door unlocks with a soft click. Wait, just like that? This is her room from her squire days. Of all the rooms in the castle, why would Sir Dythard have a key to this Oh. You can ponder that while you open the now unlocked door. Eve! You! Oh. You stumble back as a figure emerges from the doorway. She floats before you, her feet barely brushing the ground, a wisp of a woman barely visible in the shadows. Her hair is the color of entrails and falls from her skull in thick red rivulets. A tattered white dress clings to her form. A necklace of blood sits around her throat. Two yellow eyes glint in the hollow socket of her face. Leave us be. Her voice is like dried leaves crushed underfoot. The gurgle of a dying stream trickling through mud. You don't know if any recognition flickers in the hazy discs of her eyes. If a trace of the woman she was and the memories she still cling to her ghost. If a piece of you remains in them. Or if she's only a remnant retracing steps in death, like a shadow tethered to life before. Drawn here to something important, something that I need to find to understand. Neither of you move, as if spellbound, trapped in the web of time. While your own senses are still intact, you decide to. Speak to her as myself, may as well. You search your memory for your own voice, your own childish timbre from a long time ago. For a sound that she would recognize, and perhaps one that she would pity. Dame. You fool. You don't remember her name. You're not welcome here. Oh, great. You won't take him. You won't take another from me again. And the spirit glides in front of you. You step back, but not out of reach of the icy fingers that grip your gauntlet. As soon as her touch pricks you, cold floods through your armor. It pierces the steel of your skin, finds its way through every crack, every open gash, every slit in your helm. You no longer stand in the castle. You are adrift in darkness. Ruddy lamplight flickers in a sconce. The stench of iron hangs in the air. In a shadowy cell, a woman crouches on the floor. Manacles encircle her scarred wrists. Her tattered hair is the color of mud and clings to her dirty, feverish face. A face once familiar to you, once lovely and smooth, with round eyes and deep red lips. Now is unrecognizable, with scars and age. But her eyes are the same. Yellow, deceitful, like a fox's, staring at you through the bars of the cell. Shackled, shivering in her soiled rags, she's the shadow of the woman you once knew. The years have not been kind to her, but it's not as if they've been gentle to you. Finally a visitor. What a pleasure, she croaks. Do not speak to me until I address you, traitor. Why don't you try my name, or my title? Go on. You always had the prettiest manners. Call me Lady Heimdall. If not for the bars between her, you'd beat her, or worse. You had a happy life with that snake, didn't you? You were so miserable with my brother that you went and married another man as soon as his corpse was cold. And not any man, but the very one that caused his death. Yes, I did. And you have no shame. I was widowed and alone. I had no place. I was dismissed by my order, remember? I had nothing left. What else would you have me do? You should have died. You should have sooner followed my brother to the grave than lay with the man who had him slaughtered. Are you here to exact that sentence on his behalf? Well, you've won. I am at your mercy, Lady Winter. Whatever fate befalls me now, I accept it. But it is mine alone. My daughter is innocent. The fact that she was born by you makes her guilty. Oh. Then please, she's your... Shut your mouth. I wish I had killed you that day in the cellars. I wish... I should have killed you years ago. Oh, great. Now these two are still... I feel like I'm saying oh, great a lot. Just the lovely collapse of relationships. I should have strangled you in your crib. Okay, at what point? Why would that have been the good idea? Look, see, you're no better than her if you're saying... At that point, you wouldn't have had any reason, so you'd have been judging her for her father, so her punishing your daughter is known the different. Then Tristan would... Don't speak his name with your filthy tongue. Oh, yeah, mm-hmm. The lamplight fades, returning you to the dark of the empty corridor. You stand in the middle of the hall, several feet from the open door. Her spirit is nowhere to be seen, but you know where she lingers. She became Lady Heimdall, my greatest enemy. I loathed her with every thread of my being. I vowed that I would destroy not only her, but her name. I would burn it from the earth and tear it from pages of history. Heimdall I hated. Ostara with its barbaric royals, of course I despised. But her vile betrayals cut me to my core. When Ostara invaded the castle, she escaped with that villain and took his side. My slain brother's body had barely gone cold before she wed the man that tried to kill me. Then months later bore his spawn. As if my brother had never existed to her. It was as if none of her life before, the years I knew her had mattered. I told myself I was avenging him, but in truth I was avenging a piece of myself. To look at her was to see a mirror. I too had to marry swiftly to protect myself, to a man I barely knew. I can't even recall his face after all these decades. I too had to bear a child and raise him through the flames of war, of suffering and strife, only for him to betray me in turn. And I too had to fight, but for what reward? Now here we both are, trapped on this earth as shadows of what we were. It's clear that something in this castle drew what remained of her here. But whatever that thing is, I won't be able to uncover it. Not while she guards it so fiercely, but this place stood before I erased all traces of Lady Heimdall from the world. Here she was simply a knightess. Here she was simply a person my brother cared about. Here a record of who she was might remain. But that's assuming I want to search for it. For all I know, whatever she's drawn to could be meaningless to me. It could have nothing to do with Tristan at all. But this place, the place he died, is where she haunts. For now, you head to the room that they should. Okay, now we go to the other room. The knight's quarters aren't far from the corridor. You hastily make your way forward. The path is familiar to you, even shrouded in dust and dark and the silk of spiderwebs. Though the lady of the castle shouldn't have spent any time at all in the servants' hall, your brother's chamber was an exception. He was family, after all. His door was always open to you. But the reverse was never true. He was family by blood, by bond, not by name. He would never be called Von Winter in his lifetime, and he never did sleep in the same wings as you and your father. A young girl's laugh echoes like the pearl of a bell at the edge of your memory. Your own laughter long ago. I remember the days we shared when I was small. I didn't ask for stories or games before bed, even after I was far too old for them. No matter how tired he was, he would always indulge me. You recall the steaming mugs of chamomile that she would make the three of you? The terrifying tales she'd read you? The chess matches your brother would decimate you in, even though he claimed he didn't care for the game? The nights filled with laughter and warmth. But all too often, it was dandelion or willow bark she'd brew for the both of them, with honey on the rim, if they spared it at all. A heavy quiet as they tended the fire, a hurried story before your brother carried you to bed. He always looked happy to see me, so I didn't think anything of it. You continue on, and stop a few feet from the door. To be exact, you stop a few feet away from the door lying in the middle of the hall, ripped from its hinges and thrown haphazardly onto the floor. Is this where the Revenant made its home? Familiar claw marks cover its surface. The handle and fixtures have been gouged out, leaving deep gashes in the wood. It's been torn off completely. Damn it. Did that beast make its way here too? Probably long ago. You cautiously look through the gaping doorway it left behind. To your surprise and relief, the room looks relatively intact. Though time has trailed its dusty fingers over every surface, the place stands almost exactly as you remember it. Well, it's not quite the same. It feels smaller than I remember. Well, you're just bigger, because armor versus body. You were a child then, and you now were in armor for a frame far larger than the body that aged with you. Still, the room they shared is not even half the size of the most modest quarters you had when you were alive. This is the last place my brother spent his days, alone. She had moved back to her old quarters after the war, and I had grown far too old to disturb him for bedtime tales. It almost feels wrong to touch anything here, to enter without his permission. But if I want to know, to understand him, this is the place I needed to search. Ah, that all possible? Well, it technically is possible by a couple of RGB color codes. I think it's literally single digits of RGB color adjustment before it goes straight white. And hello, Dottigan Slottigan, how are you doing? I am here to match the color scheme. You're one to talk. You are the same way, as I have adjusted your color so. There's something underneath the bed. You kneel on your pullions to examine what appears to be a blank sheet of parchment peeking out from a heavy quilt. You lift the fabric, checking if anything else lies beneath it. Over there. Did YouTube censor you?
I mean, I see the meth message. I see something. No, I saw the meth message. You were good. It's almost impossible to make it out in the dark, but you can just barely spy a sheaf of parchment by the far corner of the bed frame, tied with a blue ribbon and heavy with dust. For a moment, you feel as if you're a child again, discovering a long-lost hidden treasure. Yet your armor can't fit in the tight corner by the wall for you to grasp it. Look, the immersion. No, we just go back and forth anytime, conversation here to the, conversation of chat into reading in there. God, words are hard though. It could be letters or a diary. Damn it, they look important, but I can't reach them like this. If only I had a rod or a cane or a stick of some kind. You resign to abandoning your discovery for now, but make a note to return to later should you find a stick. Assuming that thing doesn't find you first. Also, hold on, Codex. Yeah, now it's adjusted to be... You are the ghost of Siglin von Winter, former Marchioness of Greywall and Lady Protector of Lif. You're trapped in your brother's suit of armor. You're searching for answers to the questions you could not ask him. May you uncover the truth. You need to find a name you not only forgot yourself, but erased from history, hers. You found a stack of letters beneath your brother's bed, but need a staff or rod to reach it. Armor, lore... Hold on, go to personages. Okay, her. Dame Lizzer, or Lady Heimdall, your brother's wife and widow. Alexander until she married Heimdall. As soon as his corpse went cold, 8 months later, she bore his Jesus Christ! A daughter with the same ghastly yellow eyes she possessed. Like her new husband, she would later be captured and executed for her crimes. By you. Her spirit now haunts Castle Greywall, guarding her childhood room. You buried her name and erased it from history. If only you remembered it. She was once your personal knight, tasked with protecting you. Look how that turned out. She murdered your father with poison. It was only the first of her betrayals. Older brother and your father's bastard died in battle, slain by the bloody princess of Ostara. On the same day you lost your childhood home. After his death, you gave him the surname Winter and turned him into a legend worthy of the tales of the mist. Even though you never forgot the bitter taste of his betrayal. He was known as both Prince Slayer and Iron Slayer while he was alive. He was the husband of her, though their relationship would become strained after the Great Ice War. He received a scar across the face at a young age from a training accident. At least that was what he always told you. You now know it was the commander who gave it to him. What do you think of your father, Sigmund von Winter? Don't remember much about him, only that you wished he had spent more time with you when you were a child. Still, he praised you as his dutiful daughter. You would not learn until much, much later that although he treated you kindly, albeit distantly, he did not treat your brother the same way. A plain iron candelabra sits on your narrow table. The candles are unmarked and untouched, never lit. You never had the chance to carve them. If he were here, then surely he wouldn't mind if I took this. Who knows when you'll need light again, in a place like this after all. But just as you reach for the candles, you pause. Perhaps it's the presence of the altar, or the countless prayers you know he once uttered here. I keep stuttering for some reason upon the lines. Perhaps it's the twinge of guilt you feel in your cuirass standing here, rifling through things that were never yours. Perhaps it's because the memory of him lingers so strongly. If you turned around now, you'd have expected to see him standing in the broken doorway. In life, you seldom carved candles for the dead, but here, for whatever reason, you decided to do so again. You plant your grip on the candlestick, then with your other gauntlet, crudely gouge the letters of your brother's name with the tip of your finger plate. Well, just making sure Tristan. Just making sure I'm spelling that right. Tristan, yep. Then, you head to the hearth, strike the flint until a spark catches and lights the wick. Light enfolds you all at once, far too bright, too far-reaching for the tiny flame before you to be its source. You see the space before you in a different time long ago. Soft sunlight fills the room. He leans by the window, his long shadow breaking the diamond pattern of daylight trailing the floor. The sagging of his shoulders, of arms tightly crossed, betrays what his face does not. The place is a mess. She busily empties the contents of drawers, pulling out clothing, bottles and jars, spare armor and swords. A single bundle wrapped in fine embroidered cloth. Sweetheart, please. I told you, I need time apart. I need to figure out this mess we're in. I'm in on my own. Can't I at least... Tristan, please just leave me alone. Okay. I'm sorry. When she's gone and the last of her belongings gone with her, he sits on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands. He stays there, never stirring until the long shadows grow short around him. Then at last he lays down, buries his head in his pillow, and cries softly to himself. The shadows of the present bring you back to the darkness of the abandoned room before you. That light, it's the same as when I first lit candles in the chapel, and again when I lit one for Sir Dithard. That memory wasn't mine, it was Tristan's. Are these visions of the dead? I've not experienced anything like this in my lifetime. Well, being dead opens a lot of doors. But because I'm dead now, perhaps that means I can see memories of other spirits, not just my own. There's so many things I still want to know, Tristan. Will carrying this candle carved for you show them to me? You hold on to the candlestick tightly. Wherever you are, I hope this flame may find you, warm you, and guide you. And I hope above all that I'll see you again somewhere, someday, once more. Candles sit by the window in a makeshift altar. Oh, it's like stretch time. Ah. Ah. Oh, Streech. The crickets The crickets rest on finely woven cloth, gray with age and dust. Altars like these are common, even in households with a dedicated chapel. Some prayers aren't meant to be shared, and some names aren't meant to be carved where others can see them. The wax in the candles melted so much that the original carvings have all but disappeared. Commoners often kept simple altars like this, dedicated to the entire family, while nobles build fine ones laden with priceless offerings for a singular soul. Grief becomes a show of wealth more so than loss. At least, that was true in the court I kept. I kept his painting all those years, but you couldn't call it a shrine. After all, I didn't truly keep his memory alive. I carved his name and his story into a lie instead. A humble shelf in the corner displays your brother's belongings. Books, tunics, and linens. Carved wooden figures, a small wooden chest that draws your curiosity. You brush a cobweb off its surface and crack open its lid. Inside you find no intimate secrets written on tear-stained letters. No jewels or trinkets either. Your brother was never the kind of man to keep such things. Instead, you find 2 sets of carving tools and a single key. An ornate key that fits a small lock, perhaps for a drawer or a cupboard. It has a raven motif.
That means it's likely belonged to Father. If Tristan received this from Father, then I have no right to take it. But neither of them are here to scold me if I do. Scold? Spirits, I almost feel like a girl again. I didn't fear scolding from anyone I outlived by decades. Keep the raven emblem hidden among your brother's belongings. Oh. Whatever secrets it unlocked were meant for his eyes, not yours. But curiosity, especially towards siblings' belongings, is something one never outgrows. Okay, she's being respectful. A wax carving set with a beautifully inscribed floral motif rests in the box. Flax, you think, judging by the roundish petaled flowers. They look finely crafted and were likely one of the most valuable things your brother owned, aside from his horse and arms. My mother must have given it to him. Sturdy tools for wood carving sit next to the ornate ones. Unlike the wax tools, these ones are plain and modest. He would carve figures and chess pieces for me with these. It feels almost like stealing, but I think it's best if I take the key with me. But these tools... It could be useful to have one if I need to carve anything else.
We've already carved wax with just fingers, so wood carving.
More useful than a shard of glass, I hope. The wax tools were one of his most prized possessions. I don't have the right to take them.
You tuck the key and carving tool into the bottom of your satchel, then step away from the shelf.
I hope you forgive me for borrowing these, brother.
Inventory. The suit but never worn by him. Iron candelabra bearing 3 candles. The center one is carved with your brother's name. Simple tool method for carving wood, often used by a brother while he was alive. A key with a raven motif, once hidden among your brother's things. That's probably for the drawer in the father's room. Tarnished silver ring with blue stones set in a flax flower motif, belonging to your younger self. Child's drawing of a knight on a unicorn, with the words sunflower and brother written in crude letters beneath it. One large ornate key that unlocks the path to the Great Hall. One small iron key that unlocks the door to her childhood room. Why did Commander have this? Flint iron, charcloth, okay. I've never seen that unicorn figure before. At least I think it's a unicorn. The proportions are certainly odd. It must be modeled after Snowflower, just like his tournament crest was. The thought of your brother's steed brings you to that fateful flight through the woods on that day. Your hauberk shakes as your plates tense and tighten together. I was lucky to have survived. Nearly drowned when I fell in that river. By the time I got to safety and took another horse to the fort, it was too late to send help. He was already... Most of my knights perished, so did many of the nobles. Those who survived and fled included Heimdall and her. I swore I would have my vengeance on all of them. Heimdall for his treachery, her for accepting his hand, Ostara for taking all I held dear. And you did. But that was decades ago. The years since then have felt empty. I would end up fighting for more than 20 years. At the time, it brought me little joy to bleed for my king. To take up the blades when others failed to defend me. But by the time I had laid down my sword, I found fighting was all I had dedicated my life, so... I see. I was as hollow then when I was alive as I am in this armor now. When half of the bed is completely undisturbed. Despite having it to himself, he still slept on his side. The crammed side. As though he was waiting for her to come back. The misery she put my brother through. An old tendrit of the hatred you held when she and you were both alive flutters beneath your battered cuirass. Back then, when they fought, she acted as though my brother was at fault for something. As though he had hurt her. I thought it was ridiculous at the time. My brother was perfect, the epitome of a virtuous knight.
If any strain came in their marriage, it had to be because of her. But now you see how flawed they both were. So I need to find a stick. Despite yourself, you cannot help but reminisce at the sight of this place. At the tug of the long-lost memories. On the weave of your soul. I used to sit right here while she read to me. Sometimes I'd get frightened and climb into the covers and ask her to sleep there with them. Some nights I did fall asleep, but I always found myself in my own bed by morning. Other nights I only pretended to. My brother would carry me all the way down the hall to the other side of the castle, where he'd tuck me in my bed and whisper goodnight. I used to wonder if he knew I was awake, but he never complained if he did. You retrace your steps, making your way back to the entrance hall. You pass row after row of door after silent door, with nothing but the clinking of mail and steel to accompany you. Your steps feel heavy, as if the weight of your memories clings to your armor. I remember what a fool I was. I was happy and I was loved, and because my brother was beside me, I believed he was happy as well. So many of his burdens, his discontent, were obvious had I only opened my eyes. But that isn't all he kept from me. There's more that they never told me. There's more I've yet to see. But with nothing more you can uncover here, only one option remains to you. Back where I awoke, through the great hall. Something white flutters before you as you walk. You briefly wonder if the snow managed to find its way deep within the castle, but when you reach your gauntlet towards it, it's a feather. It lands on your gauntlet soft as a whisper. You stare at it for a moment, then turn your hand over and let it fall. Edgar. You leave it and the empty hall behind. You approach the great doors and set down your candlestick and begin the back-breaking task of clearing away the debris. Despite the fact you no longer have a back to break, you take your time, careful not to strain the rivets and straps of your armor to the point of collapse. Just like the body that aged with you, this form too has its limits. Falling apart, literally, is not going to help me now. At last you clear away enough of the rubble that one of the doors can creak open. You hesitate before you grip the handle. I need to return to where I woke, but passing through this place again. The place where the life you knew ended. The place where death claimed so many all because of you. No, that isn't true. But what is true is my mouth is very dry. I came to understand, through the end of my years, that it was not a failing all on my own. I had my part in the blame, but Heimdall's machinations, Ostara's desire for vengeance, my father, who left me ill-prepared for my duties, my vassals who held their own interests above loyalty, even the king and lords, and their greed had a hand in that day's tragedies. My failures would pile on and on throughout my life. Men I let die, battles I barely scraped through, lands I lost, the sun I couldn't stop from meeting a foolish end. But my greatest failures of my adolescence were to myself and those I loved most. That is why this is where I've returned. I always live facing forward. Now as a spirit I must face the past. You pick up your candlestick, place your gauntlet on the door and slowly open it. The single candle flame flickers wildly as you step through the threshold. Voices crash against you with every step. Your sabatons fighting against the current, wandering through an invisible depth. The screams begin to pound against your helm, but just as quickly succumb to the light and silence. Two knights clash at the center of the hall in a whirl of steel. Their swords strike so swiftly, they appear as two halves of one whole, a deadly instrument of attack and defense, performing an erratic metallic song. Both warriors were well matched, trading blow after blow. The hall fills with the percussive rhythm of cut, stab, parry, block, thrust, parry, riposte. But the Silver Knight soon starts to slow. His grip on his hilt begins to falter, exhaustion tugging on his every movement. A single misstep, a single second, is all it takes. He misses his opponent's feint and drops his weapon to the ground, his body swiftly following it. The light and the vision are gone before you see anything else. Then the candlelight flickers out, and the pain hits you. You stumble, gripping the edge of the table to break your fall, and stop you from crashing into a heap on the floor. Your cuirass and greaves are heavy. Your sabatons refuse to carry you. The weight of this place, of its history, of his last breath, is too much for your armor to bear. I can't. I have to keep moving. But the fabric of your soul feels like it's being pulled in 1,000 directions and pierced by as many needles. You grip the candlestick with a vice. You stagger, metal clanging on stone, unsure if you're even moving forward. The sea breaks around you. The dead pull at you, drowning you with them. You're crawling on your battered pulleins in half dream, half delirium when you sense it. Feel it. A gentle tapping motion on your pauldron. Then the same tip-tap on your helmet. Then a ruffling noise like the flapping of wings. Oh? A bird? You feel the scraping of a beak and talons on your armor, but no creature's weight. The phantom presence taps on your visor again before settling onto your pauldron. You lay still for a moment, or perhaps for eternity. Though the sound doesn't return, the presence remains. It settles over you like a bandage over a wound, or a patch in a quilt. Something grazes your visor, softly, like feathers brushing across your cheek. You find you can stand and gingerly lift yourself up from the floor. Your sabatons obey you when you step forward. The screams still sound. The edges of your soul feel frayed, but not torn. So you take another step, and another, and another, until you've crossed the long shore of blood-stained hall. Your gaze falls upon the corpse of the knight against the wall. So many of my knights lost their lives that day, defending their fellows and defending me. As a young girl, the guilt I felt was indescribable. I had been raised to believe that the lives of the few, my king and those who ruled below him, were worth the lives of the many. But to live that truth was a different story. I would have become a legend myself, to prove all this senseless sacrifice meant something. And though I did it to honor his memory, turning my brother into a myth only furthered that goal. But now I see that for a man as humble as him, one who lived outside the sphere of rulership and its rituals and pageantry, the titles given to him in his life were more burden than honor. Countless men lose their lives because of me, yet I could not afford to let it weigh on me. The part of me that did have a heart that mourned for them, I buried her. That is ultimately why I lived and won, and Heimdall did not. He was unwilling to sacrifice his people for a greater cause, while I was willing to pay the price in blood. But if the blood was not my own, how could I claim to be the one paying the price? Tiredness is starting to take me. Mother. The portrait hangs, filthy and ruined. You can't recall what features were painted on the canvas anymore. features that once mirrored your own. Now that I can remember my youth, I recall Father rarely spoke of Mother to me. It was always my brother who told me stories of her. How kind she was, how patient and wise, but ever willing to give a good tongue lashing when it was deserved. And how she protected both him and her. Though from what I never thought to ask. The ruined portrait of the mother you never knew drags you into your own memories, whether you wish to or not. You remember own attempts at raising a child. You remember your own attempts at raising a child? Your own fool of a son. My son Siegfried. I did not know how to be a mother to him. I had only one woman in my life who could be considered a role model, but she was far from an ideal one. In truth, I had not even wished to become one, but my house's survival, and thus my own power, depended on having an heir. And look how that turned out. Rusty. You bear the impulse to lift the suit of armor upright in its stand. Who knows how much time it would take you? Or if it wouldn't just fall over again. Sorry about that, you say to an empty hall. Broken glass. Was this the Ostara's doing, or the beasts? You heave your pauldrons in a creaking metallic sigh. That my castle, my childhood home, ended up like this? Damn it, if only that creature hadn't made its nest here, then I could have preserved this place after the war. I could have found my brother's remains and sent him off with the hero's pyre. Even now, knowing that I failed to do so, haunts me as one of my greatest regrets. How long have you been here? How many weeks have you marched now? How long have the banners hung outside your tents as perches for the ravens? You were once fiercely proud of your house's symbol. Now you see the birds as an omen, beady-eyed corpse eaters that circle the field, knowing that no matter whose army wins or dies, they'll feast well. Twilight leaves the sky, clouded, bruised purple. Yesterday's sky was the same. The endless days make you wonder. Is this the same sky that you saw, brother? Is this how you felt when you marched? Did the slow, monotonous tide of sunrise into sunset, into blasted sunrise again, tear at your mind? When battle, brief, bloody, and inevitable, broke the silence. When you watched the men around you die, whether brethren or by your hand, did you feel the same nothingness that I do? I understand now why you never spoke of it, any of it, to me. I understand all too clearly that the glory I envisioned was nothing but a foolish dream. Do you not like my gift? Lynn, I love it. It's beautiful, but it's too much. You stand in the solar, your arms folded tightly in front of you. Your eyes flit over the suit of polished steel that stands there in solemn silence, a gleaming shadow. You don't know what else to say. Your brother's humility does not surprise you, but you have often failed to understand it. The suit is beautiful, worthy of a prince and worth a prince's ransom, but it's still merely a suit of armor. To an ordinary knight, a gift like this would be the honor of a lifetime. But for a hero of the kingdom, a veteran of the Great Ice War, a man who's given and sacrificed so much, how could a single suit of armor even ever be enough to reward a man like him? I only wanted to give him a gift worthy of his name. Of the knight I thought he was, but that wasn't what he wanted. It was what I wanted, and what I wished for him to be.
I'm going to save. I got a little tired quicker than I thought I would, so we will leave whatever is left for another time. Not tomorrow. There's another stream planned for tomorrow. Not the next day, as there's another stream planned for that day. And not the following. Well, we'll see when it lands. Sorry, I was just noticing, I was, whatchamacallit, I was just opening Steam and looking at my achievements, and I just like, oh, what's that shiny one that is like, you know, the shiny rare one? The achievement, misstep, accidentally insult an important guest. Ah, good, I'm glad I achieved that. But yes, this will be where I wrap this up for now. I look forward to finishing this up, hopefully sooner than later. I just wanted to see where the title screen landed now, but for now, thank you people who came, hope you enjoyed, and as always, before the stuttering keeps happening, bye-bye.